succeed until I found
Oh,
the
no.
world that was perfect.
You mean had bugs really close to the start, right?
I'm not gonna tell you. You're gonna have to see what it is. I will let the endemic life speak for itself.
Sorry. My evil laugh got out there.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. That's fine.
I think with that though, we are about ready to let them start going.
That sounds good to me.
We'll give the players the okay, and they should be starting here momentarily.
We're getting information coming through in our coordination channel that things are about to be happening. That's exciting. And it looks like Factorio is off to a start, and the Link to the Past players have begun moving.
Yes.
So, what should we talk about first, Kano? Do we talk about the flute that was immediately found inside of Kippi's chest?
I mean, you sound very happy about that. It's almost as if someone. Oh, there's our first hammer of many in Jolteon's screen there. But hard to tell exactly what that was.
Yeah, I couldn't see that
text
one
is
very
very
keenly.
small.
Thankfully, I do happen to have the Factorio server sitting right over next to me, and I can tell you that yeah, Kippi found his flute, and Jolteon sent mining productivity.
Oh, I mean that's
Novice.
good. That's more faster mining which they don't have set up yet.
Absolutely.
Now, if you are familiar with Factorio, you'll notice that's a lot of miners and a lot of furnaces already on the ground. We have a little thing in Factorio called free samples. Whenever a technology gets researched and gets sent to Factorio, they get a sample, a stack of the item, to help them along their way. And because you kind of start with those, it also just gives you for free 20 miners and 20 furnaces to help ease the start a little bit, because the start of Factorio can be just a little bit of weighty for your first miners to mine.
Yeah, traditionally what you would have to do is you walk over to your iron field, use your pickaxe, get up a little bit of iron, throw it into a smelter, get some kind of coal facility up and try to mine that. And it's a little bit of a circle to increase ever so slightly and then increase slightly more and increase slightly more. And eventually you'll get to the point where they are now. So giving them these items early on just helps to speed up the early game very quickly. We'll see here that Kippi just sent laser shooting speed 7 over towards
It's not helpful.
Novice. And if you hear us say Novice, that is the name of the planet that Factorio takes place on.
And that is very useful, but not currently because they don't have anything that shoots lasers. That'll be nice for the future to help fend off those bugs once they get something that can actually shoot lasers, which they don't have yet. But yeah, let's talk about modes a little bit. It looks like Kippi is on a full dungeon shuffle with a universal small keys. Did you say this already? Am I repeating information? You did.
You know what? There are new people here.
There are new
Why
people.
don't we tell them?
So all of Kippi's little dungeons are going to be shuffled and puns themselves. He might walk into Hyrule Castle and then instead see Turtle Rock. Who knows? We'll find out here in a little bit. Presumably when he walks into Hyrule Castle here. But in the meantime, he is finding lots of hammers. There are a lot of them. Eventually, somewhere along the way, though, there's got to be 2 real hammers in here. But we won't know if those are actually in Factorio or if they're going to be somewhere in the Link to the Past worlds.
Correct. And so you'll sometimes hear players get really excited when they find a real hammer, because when you play with Factorio, of course, there are hammers just everywhere, strewn throughout the world.
Ice Palace.
Ooh. Apparently the big key to Thieves Town can be found in Hyrule Castle.
There is no door shuffle here, so this is actually Ice Palace. It'll be the vanilla layout of Ice Palace. It's all normal there. Nothing super fancy. Just your standard engine or a dungeon entrance shuffle.
Correct. We added Factorio onto the main branch of Archipelago. Doors remains its own branch for the time being. Looks like Kippi just received a B from Jolteon.
Yeah.
Cruel trick.
Now, you can see on Factorio's side, they actually have access to see what is in their research tree from the very beginning. So they can go through and they can tell the players, oh, hey, I have your big key to pod in our research, and it's locked behind like 2 different research packs. So it's gonna be like, you know, a while before you get that. That being said, I mentioned research packs. Farrak, can you tell us a little bit about what a research is and how do you do research in Factorio?
Yeah, I'd love to. So, research in Factorio is accomplished by creating vials of liquid. I mean, liquid science. I mean, you drink this stuff, IQ goes up like 300 points immediately. But in Factorio, you put this liquid science into a disco machine, and you'll see why we call them that when they start building their research laboratories. But essentially, you use various resources around the map, process them as necessary, and then put those into machines called assemblers. And those assemblers will eventually create research packs. And we have several different research packs in play today. We're going to be using red, green, black, and blue science. And so that means we're capping out at chemical science today. And as those science packs are put into these research labs, a little bar in the top right, you can see there just above the mini-map on Factorio, will slowly fill. And once that technology is fully researched, if it's something that's for Factorio, they learn that technology and get a free sample if the technology unlocked some craftable item. But if it's a link to the past item, or in this case, what's called an Archipelago sendable, that item will be sent to the appropriate person in Link to the Past. So as these science packs are constructed and more research labs are built, you'll see that bar start to fill faster and faster and faster. And occasionally you'll see bugs come in and ruin everything. And
Well, we're looking forward to it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, we're looking forward to it.
Oh, absolutely. And you actually just saw something interesting on Factorio. There are a bunch of ghost power plants on the screen right now. And the reason that those are sort of faded out is because those were put down as a blueprint. And what that lets Factorio players do is lay out what they want their factory to look like before they actually build it. It's very helpful for organization and for coordination. Because if you have several players playing together, everybody builds factories differently. Nobody's brain works quite the same way. And so blueprints in a multi-world can be very helpful just to let people know, hey, we're going to be building this type of, refinery, or, this layout for power, or this layout for our science facility, that kind of thing.
And for players that don't know what they're doing, if you join a Factorio world, I mean, best thing to do, just find a blueprint and start building it. That's what I do.
Absolutely.
Ooh, another flute. We now have both players have their flute, which is great though, because Jolteon is right where she needs to be. He needs to be in order to activate that. So both of those players having pretty good access to be able to move around the overworld pretty quickly.
Amen. We had a little bit of lag on Jolteon's stream there, just briefly. I was hoping to sing a flute song, but I'm sure we're going to get another opportunity here.
Looks like Kippi needs some more bombs. He got lucky and got that bomb drop on the way to the bomb hut here.
I've also been in that position where you don't have any bombs, and if you're on Shop Shuffle, you might not be able to get bombs in that store. Same thing if you're on like Universal Small Keys or on Retro or anything like that, where you could just get unlucky and not get bombs before you get to Cactown. And so I really feel that pressure. That bush is very helpful, that 50-50.
Yeah.
Same at a Link's house. Sometimes if you just need a couple of bombs before you head down to Mini Moldorm Cave, you just need to walk in and out of the house, pick up that rock.
He's got 8 bombs now, which is more than enough to finish everything in Kakariko and finish also South Shore, which I don't believe he's done yet.
Failed chicken clip from Kippi. That's all right. That is not the easiest thing to
That
pull
valiant attempt, though.
off. Absolutely valiant attempt. I'm just checking here. It looks like what Kippi sent over to Novice was lubricant.
Huh.
We'll see what they do with that.
Well, I mean, that's probably, is that used in blue science? I actually haven't gotten that far in Factorio yet, although I've gotten only to the military sciences.
It's unlikely they'll need to use that anytime soon. That's part of chemical science and the technologies that come after it.
Ah, I know it's used to make faster belts.
Yes, yes it is. You got to really oil up those gears. You know, they grind together and, well, it makes an atrocious noise.
Yep. On the bottom left there, you can see Jolteon currently just kind of teleporting and jumping all around. Jolteon is on overworld glitches, so they will be just all over the place. Oh, we have some bee traps.
We do have some bee traps.
That's nice. Yeah, I love me a bee trap. I want bug traps in Factorio. That's what we need.
You know, there are a lot of ways that could go horribly wrong, and
I
very
know.
few ways to do that properly.
I know, but there's got to be a way to make it not terrible and good, you know? Just spawn one biter, maybe two. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Just right next to the player.
That's too many biters to spawn in the middle of a factory where you have very delicate research facilities. I mean, what if you spawn those biters when you're standing right next to a nuclear power plant? Very
That's the best time to spawn the
results
biters.
may occur.
Yes.
By which I mean a loss. A loss of a third of your factory. I promise this hasn't happened to me. Oh, a moon pearl found for Kippi.
That is nice. I am unsure if any of those... Oh! We actually already have a real hammer on Jolteon's side there.
Ooh.
You know what I should do, if I was smart, would be to pull up the multi-world tracker, which I just linked in chat. Well, courtesy of Nightbot. This will help everyone kind of keep track of what has been gotten in terms of a link to the past players. We're still working on getting novices stuff. I don't know exactly how, but it'll happen eventually, right, Farrak? Something?
One would hope.
One would hope.
One would hope.
Yeah, Jolteon has their hammer, but Kippi has not yet found it.
Speaking of finding items, you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but one of the cool things that Factorio can do is, as opposed to Link to the Past, where you're not sure what's going to be inside of a treasure chest, Factorio knows what every item in their research tree is. And so they're able to actually search through that tree and find out if they have any, say, moon pearls or hook shots or any other kind of important item that a Link to the Past player might want. It looks like there's a potential hammer up in Maze Game over for Kippi here. And so having that knowledge about what it is you're going to be sending to Link to the Past lets you avoid sending potentially unwanted items like shields. But it also lets you target items that you would prefer to see sent first. And so if somebody, we'll put it to you this way. Have you ever said to somebody jokingly, hey, could you send me like 200 rupees real quick? Because you're walking up this
Oh, yeah, definitely. There's times where I've been wanting that. Definitely times.
Yeah, so that's one of those cool little things that we can do.
But on the reverse side, oh, we have a disco room.
We
it's
have
up,
a disco
it's going.
ball.
It's discoing.
There it is. Disco science engaged.
Nice. But it's a double-edged sword because I've played a few of these on the Factorio side, and sometimes you just get blinded and you're like, oh, heart piece, they don't need that, and then you realize, oh, I've got like 7 of their heart pieces, and like 3 of their boss heart containers, and they just won't ever get those unless you send them.
Yeah.
So it is a double-edged sword. You'll notice here looking too, you can see each of the factories, or each of the researches are kind of making this small diamond shape. There are actually a few different shapes that you can have in the Factorio side of things, because that means that to the point that I was just making of you're going to skip all these things, having these different shapes can actually force you to get stuff you might not necessarily want, which can be a good thing in terms of if it's safety is like a heart piece or something like that. But each one has its own little tree. They have the looks like large diamond shape set today. I believe that's what it's called.
Yes, small diamond is what's happening today.
Oh, that was small diamond. I thought small diamond was.
Or maybe it's medium diamonds. I don't
medium.
Recall. It's one of the diamond builds, but yeah, absolutely. We played a test game not too long ago where there was a pair of boots as the very first thing on the top of a pyramid, and may I just say, its recipient was quite excited to receive them, and to even know that they were going to be receiving them. In fact, they planned their route around knowing that they were going to get early boots. So there's a lot of interesting implications to kind of knowing what you're going to get and approximately how long it'll take you to get that thing.
So far, Novice hasn't really set much out yet. But now that they have those disco balls up and discoing, that will change rather quickly. You can see in the upper hand corner that bar is almost full. In fact, it is now full. And now they have just set something which I can't read because it's too small text.
That was Novice researching their own logistics. And that's actually a very important technology for Novice. Logistics will allow them to make splitters so that they can separate items off of a belt into two belts. And it will also let them make underground belts so that they can more efficiently move items around their base. Both of those will be absolutely critical for building a working factory.
You say more efficiently move items on the base. All I'm hearing is spaghetti.
Yes.
It enables better spaghetti.
Just madness by the time it's done. The Kippi found a hookshot here recently inside of the Oberon cave.
I did see the Factorio player there putting a bunch of green science into those. So that means they've already unlocked the green science pack, which again, free samples. They actually get 200 free green science, which is good for kickstarting a few of your research stuff. It allows you to get some of those items that may be locked behind green earlier than you normally would. The free samples is just a great thing.
It's really nifty free
samples.
samples.
Up the very long Factorio game play.
Yeah, we did a test game not too long ago where we received Power Armor Mark II, and so had a very large inventory, but we also got fusion generators and laser defense systems just very quick, and so we were able to walk into biter bases and have our armor just laser down.
I was part of that one.
Very quickly. It was a good time. You can get all kinds of really interesting combinations of things just based on the order that you receive technologies and what you choose to do with them. With Kippi utilizing that hookshot here to knock out a couple of really annoying fake statues. And let's go see what is in Scooby-Doo's closet. Green Pennant in the desert. Interesting. Depending on the goal, they might try to avoid that. More items for Novice. Actually, that sent the fast inserter to Novice, which is extremely helpful. You'll see that there are going to be many little kind of grabby arms that move things around in the factory. The fast inserter is a blue-colored little grabby arm, and what it does is it moves things, as you might imagine, fast, which can be very helpful.
I mean, in a game of building things, fast building sounds better than non-fast building.
It's true, but there are some times when you can go too fast. Like if you're putting down a fast inserter at
we found GT
of some type of production store, then you're kind of wasting its efficiency because it can't necessarily be moving at full speed all the time.
We have an early GT though. I believe this was in the Eastern Palace. And he's lucky because he's got a hook shot, so he can do nothing here because you need a hammer. Right, I forgot about that. And he doesn't have the hammer yet. Jolteon's the one with the hammer.
Yeah, it's really always a fun time to get early access to GT and then realize, ooh, I can't do much with this right now. And then you're just gonna have to come back to it. And usually I find that when you get those situations, you just have to come back to GT a couple times, and it's just very frustrating if you have to like triple dip in place.
It's not something you tend to realize when GT's the end of the game, but the entire right side needs the Samaria block, and the left side needs both the hammer and either boots or hookshot. I mean, you can bomb jump over it, but that's, a lot of logic, and who follows logic anyway in these games? It's a multi-world. You do what you can.
Personally, I do tend to try to follow logic. I always did enjoy the puzzle that the randomizer creates, and I respect glitching. I understand you're trying to get there fast. You want to get your goal done. I'm more interested in solving a puzzle, putting it together. What is the intended route? But that's just what I enjoy. Everybody's got their own opinions on things. Recently, Jolteon sent Research Speed 3 to Novice, and that just is a free upgrade on the speed that those disco balls will flash. And so by the end of this game, if we keep getting more Research Speed upgrades, there is going to be a real party happening in that base.
Which, don't get me wrong, that sounds like a great idea, but if you can't give it enough science packs fast enough, then that really doesn't actually do that much.
It's true. Finally, we're seeing some useful items sent from Novice out to Link to the Past. They just sent.
Look at that cane. Kippi just got that red cane. That would have been useful back when he was in GT. Oh.
Perfect timing.
Right?
But what's really interesting about that is you can actually ask, as a Link to the Past player, Factorio, like, hey, do you have this item? Do you have that item? And so Factorio is very often kind of feeling like, oh, what can we do to get this type of science now so we can get this person this item? And how do we do that a little bit faster? You'll catch a pattern here where anytime we talk about Factorio, we talk about how can we make it more efficient? How can we make it faster? How can we improve the efficiency of this factory in any way? And that's really kind of the overarching theme of Factorio is how do you improve upon something that is, in a randomized situation, highly jank, without rebuilding too much of the factory. Because you'll see that there's going to be a lot of little places where they have to just build something weird in order to make it work, and then somewhere down the line, they have to change it. And that takes time, It eats into your resource processing, it eats into the overall speed that science gets researched, which means Link to the Past doesn't get items as quick. So trying to design something that is effective and also resistant to change in a randomized setting is very difficult.
It is very resistant to change. That's the point. That's the hard thing, is that it's hard to change it sometimes. But yeah, something that can easily be upgraded is very much a difficult challenge when you're playing Factorio, because you're just like, we built this in a place and now it's surrounded by other things, so we just have to build it somewhere else and then spaghetti the belt in to make it work.
Absolutely. And we're going to see something really appreciated come up on Kippi's stream here very soon. It looks like a hammer coming in from Factorio.
An actual hammer. We already have both of those. That is
rare.
Good to know. Right?
Rare?
We might actually see some freestanding hammers be skipped now, if and when Factorio is like, yeah, guys, we got everything we need.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. And just looking at the tracker here, I mean, I can see that it looks like Kippi has just a lot more items that grant progression, I'd say, than Jolteon does. But Jolteon's benefit is the boots, which of course gives him access to things like long
and the Moon Pearl. He has Moon Pearl and a hammer.
Yeah.
All he's missing now is a glove for Dark World access. Whereas Kippi still needs that glove and the Moon Pearl, so...
Well, these bees are relentless. And especially inside the Thieves Town, those bees, like, that dungeon is already highly laggy.
Oh, yes.
And just adding bees to the mix is just cruel and unusual.
So now you're seeing the Factorio do something that you don't want to see, and they're ignoring it. See that flashing in the upper hand corner? That means that their research is done and they don't have another one queued up. Can you get their little slap on the back of their hand?
No, I'm gonna let them engineer their own grave.
And so, I mean, I've played a few Factorio randomizer games with you. It can be challenging. Oh, there he goes. It can be challenging to keep up on that research and make sure that you're researching the right things.
Yeah, absolutely.
It can almost be a full-time task at times, you know, especially when you start to really up that production and you're cranking through the research real fast. It sounds like it's a great thing, but then you're just like, oh god, what do I do next? What is the next thing I research? What do you guys need?
Yeah, no, it's almost worth it to have somebody dedicated to just know what's in the research tree and be in charge of what has to be doing next.
We had a master sword on Floating Island.
Ooh.
Yeah, on Kippi's side.
Yeah,
which Kippi can't actually get yet.
I was gonna say,
oh, Kippi actually just got a move
no,
roll.
there's gonna be no flip because there's no boots involved.
Yeah.
Well, they at least have the knowledge of that location. And I see some mention in chat here about Factorio players not helping the multi-world. I will mention that Jolteon did send, Novice did send some magic powder to Kippi here not so long ago, so sometimes it's hard to keep up.
I was giving them some trouble, but I mean, it was only flashing for what, maybe 30 seconds?
Oh, maybe, yeah. You can
I just wanted to point it out because I mean like that.
Oh, no big deal at all. And in fact, one of the improvements that have been made to the Factorio randomizer here is, if you know a little bit about Factorio, you might know that a research queue is actually not part of the base game until you essentially win the game by launching a rocket. As part of the mod, we have enabled the research queue by default so that you always start with the ability to just queue those suckers up right one after the other.
Oh, it makes it so much easier.
Yeah, it's great. In the early times of the Factorio, in the early days, 2 weeks ago, we would have to go in and use a console command to turn on the research queue, but now it's just part of the randomizer, which is excellent. I love to see it.
Ooh, Kippi getting their mirror. That's pretty nice.
Oh, if you check out just passed away, but just opened, we saw the inside of what looks to be, I believe that's modular armor that Berserker is wearing, and he's got a bunch of solar panels.
I think that is the icon for modular armor. That looks right.
I believe that's modular armor. Yeah, it's a little small to see, but power armor is a bit more bulky.
Yeah. Armor is good in Factorio. It lets you kind of equip things, like the automated personal defense lasers and other things. I'm not sure if they actually have any power source for those items yet, or if they even have defense lasers, but in the future, it is definitely really good to have. Definitely much more useful than Link to the Past armor.
Well, I mean, it performs a little bit of the same function. Wearing armor does protect you from, the menacing pincers of the biters, which so far I have not seen any attack the Factorio base. So that might be a thing to look forward to soon. I mean to dread soon. In any case, yeah, you're absolutely correct. Well, I'll say not all of it, but certain Factorio armor does allow you to equip modules and equipment onto your armor. So you can put, for example, power sources and personal defense. You can get things like night vision. You can have a RoboPort on you to have construction robots go out and kind of build your blueprint for you. There we go.
Right now, what is he doing? Yeah. What is he looking
he's
for?
currently managing what's inside of his...
the robots.
Yeah, so he just put 2 personal RoboPorts on him so that when he gets construction robots, they'll be able to fly around and kind of build anything that he puts down blueprints for.
Oh, biters! Biters! We have biters!
Yep, we have
They're
a bug
attacking
attack.
their power source. Oh, they already have the robots. Look at them robots go.
Yep. So
That is some early robots.
trying to repair the belt that was destroyed by the biters. And that's so rather successfully, I should say. Looks like
Yeah,
they're
no,
trying to rebuild that radar.
Oh yeah, no. So those robots that he has, normal rather than having to manually use your repair kits on stuff, they will grab a repair kit. They'll start repairing things around you. Also, before when you mentioned those blueprints, any blueprints on the ground, if you walk near them and you have the components in your inventory, those robots, they'll just start building it for you.
Absolutely. And it's really quite useful, especially if you plop down a blueprint and you already have the things that you want to build, because you can set up large swaths of factory very quickly.
Oh yeah, very nice thing to have in very early in the game. As early as we are, that is very nice that they got that already. So you can see here, he is actually setting up that red science. Red science is very easy. You only need two things. You need iron gears, or like, iron gears,
Correct.
made out of iron, and copper plates. You get copper plates by just smelting copper, and you get iron gears by putting iron plates, which you get by smelting iron, into an assembler and have them build. So it's pretty simple. It's two assemblers, and you're making red science.
Yeah,
Green
absolutely.
science, on the other hand, gets quite a bit more complicated very quickly. It needs a total of like what, 6 or
It's a
7?
significant chunk more.
Yeah.
You need to get several things in place for green science. We're not going to go too far into the research costs of everything. I think red science, like you said, was pretty simple. Get some gears, get some copper, and you're slapping that together. But the rest of
You can
them,
see
there's
some
going
of
to be a
that
lot
right
of
now.
work going into it.
He's walking by a facility that is producing the components needed. You can see there's a lot more than on the red science, which is just a single line there, and two of them it looks like making those gears.
Exactly, and each progressive science pack is more complicated to make than the previous one. So red is very easy. Green would be the next one, and that's a bit more complicated. Black science, military science, that gets a little bit more complicated still. And then you get out to chemical science, and they're going to have to start, putting up like pump jacks and refining oil and that kind of thing. So we're going to see some really interesting layouts in this factory, I think. Looks like Twitch is being a little bit of a jerk with the lag here.
Yeah.
We see a return to GT. You mentioned before,
Which is good,
sometimes
because I mean, he can go the entire left side and right side. He's gotten a lot of access to GT with the extra Samaria and hammer that he got.
Ooh, and the unfortunate pickup of a shield. That's really gonna hurt the time on the run.
Just ignore Farrak, guys. Chat, just ignore him. We all do. It's fine.
That's why I'm here.
He's very cynical about his shields.
Listen, some people like shields. They claim that they're protective. They make claims about not taking damage and blocking fireballs, and all I see is lag. That's all I see. All right, looks like we're gonna see another item coming in soon here, towards Kippi. Which highly valuable.
Is that a bug catching net?
That's a bug catching net.
That is a bug catching net that they just sent. Very, very valuable item. Anyone who knows Link to the Past knows that is required. How else are you supposed to beat Aghanim? Random room. Apparently, Ganon's secret stash of technologies from Novice. Novice?
Novice.
Novice.
It's an A, not an O. Nauvis. Nauvis.
Oh, I do see. Yeah, he had it for a while. I clicked on the nuclear power, which I don't think they're gonna research too aggressively. I did see that they already had batteries and solar panels, so they're pretty set on the power. That's not really high on their list to get more power for their suit.
Well, power for the suit, it looks like it's all, like you said, well handled. They have those portable solar panels. I don't believe they've actually gotten solar power as a technology yet. If they did, I
No.
think we would have seen, a large array of solar panels lined up
Yeah.
with some accumulators and that
It
sort of
gives
thing.
everyone, what, 40 of them? 20?
A full stack of the portable.
No, I meant the big solar panels. Like, you'll know. They'll like, oh, free power, and they'll just put them down.
Oh yeah, there's quite a few. I believe you get 40 or something like that. Yeah.
Sorry. What Kippi just did there was trying to set up for the bomb jump to get across the room here, and then the little blue bumper just walked up and just, here, I can do that instead of the bomb, and just knocked him across before the bomb blew up. That was great.
That's a good
Such
time.
a nice enemy.
Rare to see an enemy so helpful. We got ourselves an Armos right here using the fighter sword. Okay, we're gonna use a little bit of Samari, it looks like. But it is nice to have the fighter sword here as opposed to having the master sword. Because for whatever reason, the master sword actually does less damage to Armos Knights than the fighter sword does. I'm still not sure about why.
There's a
little
lot
fun
of
fact.
quirks in the game. Like using tempered swords in vanilla on Mothula, it just doesn't do anything.
Oh, I thought it was the gold sword that didn't work.
Oh, you're right. It is gold. Yeah, tier 4. Gold sword. Just doesn't do anything. Because
Yeah,
way
for
they
whatever
programmed
reason.
it.
Yeah.
Not for whatever. They made Mothula immune to spike damage, and they just happen to be tier 4 damage, and the gold sword does tier 4 damage, so is immune to the gold sword as well. They kind of just blanket immunity him to all tier 4 damage. Which is fixed in the randomizer, by the way, because, yeah.
This is interesting. So, this relates to Twitch chat, actually. Apparently, Twitch's auto mod held up somebody's message because it included the word Armos. Thought that was offensive for some reason. Yeah, strange. Not sure how that logic works.
Twitch be Twitch.
That's why we write our own logic.
That we do.
Yeah, this looks very much like a... Oh, there's a Bombos coming in. Very handy. I was gonna...
Oh, no!
Oh, unfortunate death.
Oh, that's...
You gotta wonder...
No!
You gotta wonder if that would have happened had that Bombos not come through.
And yeah, I know it sounds silly, but Kippi actually has a item that he knows of that would have made that a little bit easier. There's a boomerang on the torch, but he doesn't have boots yet. I was right in Bob's torch.
Yep.
It's just sitting there taunting him, because that would have helped that fight, assuming it was for him. Quite a bit. Boomerang
Okay, for
actually
this room,
does
we're
do
gonna have
damage.
to dodge everything as intended. And dealing with tile rooms is just always such an interesting problem because there are just different approaches to it. You can do what Kippi's doing and hookshot him. You can swat him with a sword. You can just walk left and right and try to avoid him. I have never seen the
B strats.
You know,
Good
I'm
old
always amazed
B strat.
to see B strat. I've never seen two of the same B strat. They're just the most utilitarian item.
Oh no!
Or let him go.
Oh!
Oh, there's Jolteon's
Wait,
Burna.
oh no, that was Jolteon's. I'm like, that would have helped with Armos Knights too, but it wasn't his.
Oh.
I didn't think of making him miss his ride.
Yeah, it's never enjoyable to miss the duck. always feel like I've offended him. You know, you call him in. He's like, "Yes, friend, I'm coming. I will give you a ride."
Sorry, I'm
and then
busy.
you're just like,
Can
"Hang
you
on,
come
I'm on
back
the cell
again?
phone or something like that." And
Yeah,
you're
right.
just like taking a call, like, "Hang on, communicating with something right now." Just
On
like,
the
"Oh, dang
Factorio
it."
side here, you'll notice that Berserker and Kate Sith are currently traveling, and if you look on the map there, you can see this is a bug base. Oh, what is that? Is that those are hand grenades.
Those are grenades.
He is throwing those grenades at that bug base. Pretty small bug base, but it is a biter nest, and
Yeah,
now
you
it is
gotta
no
be
longer
careful
a
with these
biter nest.
worms we're fighting here too, because you can see there for a second that they were spitting acid at the players, and that acid is actually sticky goo. It'll both dissolve you and kill you, and also not hammer, but lock you in place. Um, Wolfman in chat was just asking about how many hammers are there. Hammers are the item used to indicate that an item belongs to Novice, which is the planet Factorio takes place on. So when you see hammers being picked up left and right inside of Link Past Worlds, they're just sending items over towards Factorio.
And to answer the question more literally, there are 183 technologies to research in Factorio, which means there's 183 hammers plus one actual hammer for Kippi and one for Jolteon. So the total of number of actual hammers that could be in there is 185.
That's a lot of hammers.
It's a lot of hammers.
I do want to mention here that Kippi just sent solar energy to Factorio, so we'll probably see a solar array going up pretty soon.
Or three, because there's 3 players and each of them get a full stack.
Oh, I assume they'll combine them into a single array, and they wouldn't dare make it actually that jank.
You give them way too much credit. There will be 3 separate arrays placed down wherever they happen. If they remember, they might not even notice.
Yeah, it's very easy to miss technologies coming in Factorio. You get so busy with trying to set up factory and research technologies and build infrastructure that at some point there's just a lot of noise happening around you too. We don't have any Factorio audio right now, but where Berserker's currently standing, that's a very noisy place. Those disco balls all make a lot of sound as you stand by miners or near bugs.
Berserker, don't do it. Don't do it. No, don't combine the arrays.
Why not combine the arrays?
I want to see more spaghetti.
Is there insufficient spaghetti?
There is. To be another question asked in chat. What is the win condition? I know we went over this earlier for Factorio, but the win condition for Factorio is normally launch the rocket, but it takes a long time to do that. We don't have time for that today. For now, the pretty much accepted win condition for Factorio is let the Link to the Past players finish. Get everything searched that they need to research so that the ALttP players can beat the game.
Correct. I think the current proposed, that is currently implemented, I should say, win condition for Factorio, there won't be any credit screen, but the goal is to research all technologies that are available. So in this case, they are able to get chemical science as their final science pack. And so the proposed goal is to research all technologies up to and including chemical science.
Excluding infinite technologies, though, because there are a few that you can research infinitely and it just constantly buffs you. Those are just a category of their own, and those are not included in this because they have no end.
Yeah, the infinite research is obviously excluded because, as you said, they would never finish it. It just has small key.
That's a useless key.
You check out what the bum has. Sometimes this guy has something really useful. I classify this guy in the same checks that do with stuff like Agina. Like, it's just kind of a later tier one-off,
Well, he had some. Well, what was the hobo under the bridge holding on to today, Farrak? Can you let us know what that
Well,
was?
he was holding on to a hammer that was disguised as gun turrets, which will let Factorio
Ooh.
automate their own base defenses, which is extremely handy.
So he was a black arms dealer hiding under the bridge today.
Yeah, arms dealer under the bridge.
Sounds legit.
Keep that in mind next time you, take his money and jump into the water. He might just be holding on to artillery.
5 fire rounds.
It looks like Kippi just sent electric energy accumulators over towards Factorio as well. And that will allow them to store power, which is very handy considering how many solar arrays they have. That'll just let them...
So it's a battery.
Yeah, it's a battery. A big, very dangerous battery.
Yeah, does it also have the ability to explode if attacked?
They don't particularly explode. There is a mod out there that causes them to shock any would-be attackers, but we have not implemented that mod in the Archipelago. So, no, they're not particularly dangerous, but, just look at them. They look dangerous.
It does look like they're just, letting sparks fly. That doesn't seem safe at all.
Let's check what the big fish has today. Zora's selling, the book for Jolteon.
Oh, that could be useful.
Hard to find.
Although
they're only 18 rupees, Kippi's gonna have to come back. I guarantee there's a voice chat happening in there right now that says, do you need that book for anything?
No. Hey, so Jolteon is in major glitches mode. So the only thing that book does for Jolteon is give them 2 checks. So that's, I believe, something they're going to be having in the back of their mind. They're not going to be immediately thinking about that. That is now been promoted to last location, I believe. Because Kippi's going back there is not likely. I'm going to say we're not going to see that again. Or we don't want to see that again.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to see it again. Nor it's just a very out-of-the-way check. We did get an ice rod sent to Jolteon, researched courtesy of Factorio. They also sent a bee to Kippi.
How does Factorio know how magic works? They're all science-y, right? Like, ice rod is very much magical. Just like...
I
found some ruins and we stuck some blue gunk on them and some green gunk. Here you go.
So let me posit something to you, a theory that I have. A very intelligent man once said that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. How do we know the fire rod isn't actually a flamethrower? How do we know that the ice rod isn't like the ice gun from Mr. Freeze in the Batman movies? You know what I'm talking about? Maybe it is technology, and the Hylians just don't quite know about it. Think about Fee from Skyward Sword. That was clearly advanced technology, but nobody in Hyrule really understood what was going on.
So it looks like Kippi's got a 7 crystal fast cannon.
Ooh.
That cannon holds open, and that sign definitely did say he needed 7 crystals. And we've got a that was the back of Desert Palace, isn't it? Pretty sure this is the back of Desert Palace.
That is the back of Desert Palace, yes. Let's grab the keys and move on through. Oh. Mirror
yeah,
down.
you got that mirror. Use it.
Kippi's not gonna check it out. I wonder why. No.
Does Kippi have a fire source?
No fire rod, no lamp. That is why they don't
no
have it.
fire source. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gonna steal the key. Well, on Universal Smalls, so very useful.
Oh, absolutely true. Yeah. Any key you can get is a good key.
Oh yeah. Ooh, cape on Desert Torch.
We'll see in Factorio here that they just added a portable fusion reactor to that power armor. They've also got a couple of batteries in there, and they have a couple of personal energy shields for a little bit of extra protection and insurance against the bugs. We saw it briefly on the screen in Factorio here. They opened a box, and there were a bunch of little red squares inside of the inventory in that box. You can set any box in Factorio to have a maximum capacity that is smaller than its potential maximum capacity. So if it could hold, let's say, 12 stacks, you can tell that box, hey, you're only allowed to have 3 stacks, right? And that'll prevent any inserters or automation from putting things in that box, right? It's a good way to make
you don't need a full 12 stacks of gun ammo?
Well,
sure?
you don't technically need to.
I mean that buffer chest of gears there. I mean, you totally need that full chest of gears, right? That's how many thousands of iron you're just sitting in that chest not being used. That's totally useful. Why would you ever want to limit them? I think I might have killed him. Success!
Yeah, I don't know. I'm at a loss for words on this one. Meanwhile, Jolteon is still without a sword. And heck, even Kippi's only got a fighter sword, so it's a game of hammers and hook shots, and potentially fire rods. So it looks like Factorio recently researched their stone wall, and that's very important because aside from being useful to keep bugs out of the base, stone wall is also one of the prerequisites for military science, which is the third of the 4 science packs that they're going to be able to construct today to get Lincoln past their items.
And they've already actually automated the first 2, so I mean that's going to be the next step. They're going to be starting to work on that. You'll see a wall factory here set up soon.
Yep. And here we can actually see Berserker running out towards bug base. And I believe what he's going to be doing here is using a fun little strategy. He's going to place down gun turrets and put ammunition inside them and just let the turrets do the fighting for him. Really, there's no need to shoot when you can build a machine to shoot for you.
Yeah. Which
and then just grenade down.
I always found funny that those don't require power because there's no one in there. How do they use the bullets as fuel to also fire? How does that work?
I'm just gonna have to go back to my previous argument that any sufficiently advanced technology is distinguishable from magic, and my personal thought is that those turrets are such advanced technology that we think they're magic. We just don't understand it yet. Quantum physics has not yet gone that far.
Ah. But the nuclear power is one of their best options.
In terms of power? Do they have nuclear plants yet?
No, I mean just in general. Novices like.
Oh,
their power better than nuclear.
Well, I personally consider nuclear power to be the pinnacle. If you can get nuclear power up and running sustainably, you're good to go. It looks like Berserker needed a little bit of wood, so he just designated his robots to cut down the trees, and they did that for him. Deforestation has never been so convenient.
Or easy. Pretty easy.
Pretty darn.
Oh no. Kate's just being attacked by those biters. Oh, but he managed to survive.
Yeah, it's really tricky. It's kind of easy to stay on top of that until it's not. If those things can get you surrounded, you are in a lot of trouble because then you just won't be able to move and avoid the damage. Particularly when you're trying to attack a nest and there are spitter worms spitting on you and then slowing you down while you get surrounded. That can be a real problem.
Oh yeah, and also don't forget they do have modular armor, and I think we saw Berserker put in 4 personal shields, maybe
3
5
energy shields, and he had a fusion reactor in there, so he's not running out of power anytime soon. And that said, bugs can still get to you, but thankfully, death in Factorio doesn't carry a lot of consequence. You do respawn in the base, but your body and all of the things that you were holding stay behind. So you spawn with just your gun, I believe 3 clips of ammunition, and I think a burner mining drill. And so you have to go back to your body and pick your stuff up. But if you died while fighting a biter base, you might not be able to get back to your body, which can be kind of a pain. And typically, if you attack a biter base and you don't survive the encounter, the biters will retaliate. They'll send their bugs to attack your base immediately. So sometimes you have to like kind of meet them in the middle and avoid an attack wave, get your stuff, and then run back to your base, which is now in the process of being destroyed.
Yeah,
So,
death in
it's still-
Factorio is less about losing your stuff and more about letting them attack your base and destroy it.
Exactly. The needs of the many robots outweigh the needs of the few engineers. So we can see that Factorio is researching a lot of, I'm not going to call them pointless, but a lot of miscellaneous items now. We see them sending a bee, a map to Ice Palace. There is a Universal Small Key in there, which is very helpful. Another map to Swamp Palace. And this is likely happening because they have run out of helpful technologies to send for the type of research that they're currently able to produce. So that likely just means that between red and green science, they've already sent everything they can that's helpful. And so now they're just kind of sending the rest of the stuff. Which is good, you know, because sometimes you would like heart pieces, or you would like knowledge about where your crystals are, you know. So it's probably worth noting that the reason these bugs in Factorio attack you is because your factory emits a very great deal of pollution. If they ever open the map, you'll see that their base is likely to be a big red pimple in the middle of a vast sea of just a red pollution fog that covers the map. And whenever that pollution fog spreads to a biter base, those biters will swarm in and try to destroy your factory because they're just tired of you polluting their planet.
Right?
Yeah.
They just want to live in peace, and these mean people have come and started chopping down their forests and you know, destroying their home. It's not very nice of them.
No, not nice at all. And in fact, if you look at any of the water in Factorio that is covered by a pollution cloud, you'll see that the water actually changes color. The game's environment modifies itself based on your pollution, and you can actually visually see the impact that your factory is having on the world, which is pretty cool. Keep checking out the backside of the pod here. Find some useful stuff. Something for novice. Which, oh, steel axe. Nice. You probably won't see the Factorio players use that very much. Axes are helpful at the very beginning of the game when you have to like chop down trees to get some wood or manually mine stone or metal. But at the point they're at right now,
they have robots to do that for them.
Do all that for them. So there's very little reason that they would have to manually do that. You can see Berserker scanning over the tech tree now to see what else is worth sending. Deciding there's not much left to do and closing it down.
You see Kippi here taking a nice, sorry, not Kippi, Jolteon taking a nice stroll in the clouds on top of Death Mountain. Just a nice, peaceful walk through the sky. In these very wet clouds.
Well, I mean, clouds are just condensating water.
Oh, it looks like he actually has Kippi's boot.
Ooh, that's a nice find. You gotta go fast.
Very nice.
It looks like we're going to get ourselves a little omelet here to get up to the...
Called by its proper name, the Hammer Yump.
Hammer Yump.
The Hammer Yump.
I don't think there's enough time. Yeah.
Nope.
Try it again.
Didn't quite make it. Didn't
If
quite
at
make
first
it.
you don't succeed. I'd also like to note the very low health count on both Link to the Past players. After about an hour of playing, they're still at 4 and 5 hearts.
I'm gonna stand by my statement that it's probably on Novice's World and they haven't researched it.
No, that can
So
be
speaking
very,
of,
very.
Kippi did just another heart piece, so
There we go. Evening them up both 5 hearts. So a lot of these little hammers that are being picked up into the past are just kind of convenience technologies for Factorio. Just to list a couple of them that have been sent recently, I see that there is a productivity module that was sent over there, which is an item that you can put inside of your automatic construction facilities that will make them consume fewer resources when building. Other possible modules are speed modules um, that'll speed up the factory at a cost of using more power. Um, I also see that there were some weapon shooting speeds sent to Novice. Kippi sent that one to him. And weapon shooting speed is handy because they just shoot faster, and that affects every gun that they have. Consumes ammo a bit quicker, but is very helpful for taking down a nest of bugs or defending yourself from enemy rises. So there's just a lot of convenience tech being thrown about right now. Just like there's a lot of convenience items being, well, I suppose not convenience items, but maps and hard pieces and small keys and that kind of thing being tossed around. Have a moment of lull of items. Hey, is Link to the Past supposed to look like that?
I mean, yeah. Doesn't it nice to just be rainbowy and weird? Is that not normal?
Not sure. Ooh, another shield picked up by Kippi, most unfortunate.
No, but yeah, Kippi is sporting the palette shuffle. So Eastern Palace normally not green and kind of a brownishy color. Usually more of a gray and blue.
Reminds me of kind of a swamp theme. Not that it's similar to Swamp Palace, but more that maybe like a woodland, maybe like a bog, really. Bog-like
See,
theme.
and I figured it out. Yeah, it's all the pollution from Factorio. It's seeped over to
That's it.
Hyrule.
That's it.
It's made the nice, bright blue of Eastern Palace to the weird greeny swamp colors.
That's it.
They
And
really
Gan
need to get
is
that
just
pollution
a
under
highly
control.
mutated Tuco. It's one of those level 10 bugs right there.
Yeah.
I mentioned level 10 bug. The bugs in Factorio, as pollution gets worse and worse, those bugs evolve over time. They mutate into more dangerous forms of themselves. And there are 10 levels, as you might call them, in Factorio of bugs. And obviously, the higher the level, the more dangerous the bugs that you get sent. So, at the beginning, you just have these little cockroaches that come in and try to like bite you to death. But later on, you can find bugs that run around. They're like kind of white, and they'll spit at you instead of just being worms in the face. Now, they bring the range to you. You'll also find just kind of bigger bugs, more armored, just generally more dangerous. And there are a few different things that cause the bugs to evolve. It's not just pollution. There's also a matter of the number of bugs that you kill, the number of bases that you destroy. There's a timer that increases over time. They'll just evolve naturally anyway. We'll see here Berserker using some blueprints tech to quickly build out a factory.
Which looks like he's actually starting to get ready for military science. I believe those grenades are one of the important things to use for creative kingdoms. Am I not mistaken?
You are absolutely right. So military science being black science, which is the third science pack that they'll need. and that will let them start researching more progression items for the past players.
Meanwhile, Jolteon here finding the upper half of Paradox Cave with a lot of hammers for novice. 3 hammers. And a heartpiece for themselves. Nice.
Yeah, sounds good. Oh, here's a fun one. Jolteon recently sent automobilism to Factorio. That's going to allow them to put down a car and drive around. So if they choose to use that technology, they'll be able to more quickly get out towards those biter bases and knock them out, or maybe more quickly reach some resources that they want to include in their factory.
Spidertron web.
Sorry?
Oh, Kippi being ambushed by those bees hiding as a blue potion.
Ooh.
I think you're gonna get something nice and then just bees in the face.
I do love that change. I'm not quite sure when it was implemented, but that bee traps are now actually just other items. You might need to just walk out of the room and walk back in to see if it
I
changes.
remember exactly when it was changed. I have a clip of me finding that out.
All right.
May have gotten around apparently. With certain very expensive bombs. A quick matchup on Kippi. It looks like his last crystals were in what's the word I'm looking for? The woods. The
Skullwoods?
Skullwoods. Why am I forgetting words today?
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of skulls in those woods. I mean, you walk around, the trees are angry, the rocks look like skulls. I mean, there's a large tree in the back of Skullwoods that has a skull connected to a neck of another skull.
Yeah, that's really weird. I never understood what that was.
Yeah, that tree is a little off-putting, yeah.
Is that a tree? Is it supposed to be a tree?
Well, Kippi finding Jolteon's magic powder inside of the chest guessing game. Oh, that Moblin just being a pain. And Jolteon's still without a sword.
Yo, maybe we'll find one eventually.
I don't believe he's on swordless. I don't believe that to be the case. Yeah, sometimes a seed just does that to you. It just does you dirty. I'd be curious to find out what technologies Factorio has that they just can't get yet. Because technically speaking, a sword isn't really required unless you need to go, it's one of the things that could get you into Agate Tower. Potentially, if you needed to get into the Bastion Skull Woods and kill Mothra, there are a couple things that you need a sword for, including Ganon. But other than that, you can really go quite a long way without ever needing to have one. And as a result,
I've seen
you can just
swords pretty far to the tree in Factorio.
Yeah.
I think I've seen Malmo in chat. When we played the other day, poor Malmo didn't get a sword for so long. It was way bad. It looks like Jolteon has to deal with that today.
Yeah, it's a stinky place to be in, but we all got to put our licks in at some point. We chose these YAML options. We did this to ourselves. Well, it looks like Kippi recently sent military, which is the first military technology to Factorio, which means they're finally going to have a better gun. In this case, that is a submachine gun, an SMG.
The
Which is
question
basically
is,
a pistol, but faster and with more damage.
do they have? Oh, and a flamethrower? Just flamethrowing a random field? Okay, Berserker, you didn't know you were a pyromaniac.
If there are trees that you need to take care of.
He has deconstructing robots. You could use that wood for power poles.
True, but a flamethrower is just more fun.
Can't really argue with you there. So, you mentioned that you had Military 1. The question is, though, do they have Military 2? Because Military 2 is what's going to be required for military science.
It's true. I couldn't
You
speak
need
to that.
that armor-piercing ammo that you get from Military 2 in order to make that.
It's true, and I couldn't speak to whether they have military 2, but Kippi did just send the military 3, so you know, you'd think that they might be able to engineer themselves a solution, but
It looks like they're going for steel. Is that not the icon for steel processing?
that is the icon for steel processing, yes.
Also
and that's going
something
to
that
allow
is
them
required.
to melt iron plate into steel, and then that's going to be necessary in the production of military science. So it looks like they're still cranking forward at full steam ahead.
Now, I mean, I know we mentioned. I don't know if we mentioned this directly, but we actually have 5 people playing right now. I know you only see 3 screens, but Factorio natively supports multiple people playing in this same game, and the randomizer thus also supports it. So you actually have Berserker, Kate Sith, and Krelbel all playing in the same Factorio world, all helping each other make this factory as best as it can be. Good as it can be. The best as it can be? The bestest it can be. The
Be
best.
all that you can be.
Yes. We are only seeing Berserker's side of things here, but just do know, if you've seen them occasionally, that there will be actually 2 other people running around in the world that we can't see all the time, also making this factory.
Yeah, putting together a Factorio factory solo might be possible if we limited ourselves to, say, red and green science. But depending on how long the game is going to go and how many players are involved, it's usually better to have more than one person at a time on Factorio because more people, more guns, less bugs, better factories, right?
Right. Speaking of other people, you can see kind of behind the inventory screen there, you can see Kate walking around in his little blue Factorio outfit. Currently being... There he is. Hi, Kate. Bye, Kate.
Looks like Factorio was recently sent laser turrets, which is very helpful for keeping bugs away. Although I believe they've already gone out and cleared most of the surrounding biter encampments, so they should be out of danger of that for the time being at least, but they're most likely going to have to go out and take care of that again. As the factory increases in size and produces more things, it produces pollution and the bugs get angrier. That's just how it goes.
In Factorio, I mean, the old saying goes, the best defense is a good offense.
I hear that. Ooh, almost getting grabbed, Kippi, by the Wallmaster here. Getting a big heat of Ice Palace.
I'm gonna say that was a perfectly timed death warp. Like, you couldn't have set that up any better if you tried.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, that wasn't... Okay, never mind. Was not planned. Not when you're coming from that entrance.
What? No, it's perfectly planned. What are you talking about? It's when according exactly to plan. Mentioning again that Kippi still only has a fighter sword and Jolteon continues to not have any type of sword whatsoever.
Oh.
Although they both have hammers, I do kind of wonder actually why Kippi wouldn't be relying upon the hammer in that situation to knock out some of those hardhead beetles. Because against those blue beetles, that is a one-shot kill. I believe they're not re-dead. I can't remember the name of them. The Gibdos.
Gibdos, yep.
Yeah. I believe
No, re-dead are not in this game.
No.
That wasn't a thing.
I don't want to see them in any... Oh, an unfortunate spike poke there.
Yeah, that wasn't until Ocarina of Time. That was just kind of a...
Yeah. This might be a little off topic, but still to this day, one of the most frightening enemies I've ever seen in any game are the Dead Hand in Ocarina of Time.
Oh yeah, the
When
big.
you're down in that well and you have to get grabbed by the spiky hands and things comes right. Ooh.
Yeah.
If that game ever gets a proper HD remaster, I do not want to go into that well.
No.
I guess we kind of already got that, right, with OOT 3D.
It wasn't really a remaster though.
I mean, it definitely looked better. They certainly improved the graphics a little bit, but
Kippi noping at that
was a
situation with a
remaster
good
and an
old.
improvement. Majora's Mask
almost.
3D was incredible. That was a great remake.
Definitely great improvement over the original. Better time options, better time management, being able to skip any time. Sorry, we are getting definitely great.
Very off topic. Very off topic. Hey, look, Kippi just sent Logistic robots over to Factorio lands, over towards Novice, which is great because if they have roboports, I'm not sure if they do yet. I don't see them placed around. If they eventually get roboports, Logistics robots will allow them to create networks wherein these little robots will fly around and provide items to any factory or assembling machine or box that needs it. Which is great.
See, that's beyond what I've ever done in this game, so I'm sure it is.
Oh, it's awesome. So
if
if you have part of your factory that is, let's say, producing ammunition, right? And you're just putting it inside of a passive provider box, which is one of those logistic boxes. If you set your inventory to say, I always want to have a minimum of 50 stacks of ammo, right? Or I should say 50 count of ammunition. Then anytime you are in your base, if you have less than 50, those little Logi robots will fly out, grab you some ammo, and bring it right back to you. You never have to go get it. And they can also do really cool things like supply your factories with items that are needed so you don't have to build belts everywhere. You can just build things wherever you want them and let the Logi bots take care of the rest.
Kippi actually has everything he needs now to get that hammer. Or not the hammer, but the Master Sword. Remember I said that Master Sword was on Floating Island?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like he's finally going to go get that. Learning though that Quake
Very
is
worthwhile item.
doesn't have Quake yet.
No. Although for all we know, Jolteon is not on progressive swords, and that could just be Jolteon's Master Sword.
Yeah. Or it could be Kippi's Master Sword. That would just be mean. But it looks like Jolteon is farming for bombs, I think? He's got arrows. He's digging a lot.
Yeah, I'm not sure, really.
He only got 3 bombs, which, I mean, I feel like is enough for most things.
Is he BK'd? Just digging for fun?
But Kippi is checking out Hookshot Cave. Tried to bonk, looks like against that skull, but doesn't have boots yet. Oh, no, they have boots. They do have boots, never mind. Research for Novice.
Yeah, both players for Link to the Past have boots.
Yep.
But just looking at it's easier to say these days what they're missing instead of what they have. Neither player has the lamp yet, so dark rooms are still in the dark. Neither player has the mushroom either, so no witch checks for anybody. That said, Jolteon still doesn't have a glove, much less a sword, which that's just a big pain.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember that book that was on Zora?
Yep.
You remember who that was for?
I believe that was Jolteon's book in Kippi's Zora.
I think you're right.
Was that an actual sword in Jolteon's shop there?
That was.
I thought I saw a Master Sword.
That was a real sword. That was a progressive sword to Jolteon. So finally, Jolteon has a sword.
Maybe Jolteon is farming money.
And a glove. At that.
Nice.
So that's gonna open up a lot of the world. That's just exciting. Everybody loves a good progress.
Okay, oh, so yeah, Kippi got the sword off of the island, but I think Jolteon inside the shop, outside of Link's house, there was a sword. I'm not sure if that was an actual sword or if that was a B-trap.
Oh, the only sword I see having been sent was from Kippi.
No,
to
yeah, I don't
Jolteon.
think it was sent. Jolteon hasn't picked it up yet. I think Jolteon might be trying to farm money by digging. It might be just short. That might be what's going on.
Seems like an odd choice considering they have Dark World access and a bow. Like, why not just go to chess game, you know? Or not chess, but arrow shooting game.
I mean, depends on how much you're short, but if it's right there,
That's fair. But I mean, what kind of things do you... Well, I suppose he's on Shop Shuffle, so you have to buy a few things.
more
There are
research.
items in here.
Oh yeah. Question is he gonna pick up that piece of heart? No, he is not.
Didn't pick up the left side hammer either. Oh, he's looking to see what's going to be replaced into the slot. 4-cost arrow. Interesting.
Could have also been checking to make sure it was actually a thing and not a B-trap.
Oh, you know what? That's a good point.
He might have bought the first one. Oh, good, it's not a B-trap. I should check before I buy the second thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. Moblins being bullies once again. Oh, here we go. Looks like... Well, we can't see the stream right now, but it looks like Jolteon just picked up another progressive sword, so that's going to be...
Which, I'm gonna say, yeah, was in that shop. That was right there.
Must have been... Oh, look,
Ooh,
silver up on top of that ledge.
Which, we know where one cape is. I remember seeing a cape. I forget where. Where was that cape? I remember seeing a cape. Maybe it was on one of the shops, or... Oh, it was in, Desert. There was a cape in Desert, I think in Kippi's world.
Okay.
On his Desert porch. I believe that's where I saw it.
Well, thankfully,
That might be. Or
yeah,
it could be
because I think that they do have the technology to get to desert without needing that book, which neither player has. So that's just 2 checks that are kind of out of range for them. But
4 checks in total.
yeah, two each, of course. But hopefully that doesn't come into play for them.
Again, like I said, those are at this point, at least on Jolteon's side, those are last location items.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no need to go out of your way to go after those things at this point. Looks like we have some observation happening here. One of the fun things you can do in Factorio is use your map to kind of see what's going on in the world. So if you zoom out, you get kind of an overview of the world. But if you have line of sight on an area that's not near you, you can zoom in on that area. And so if you have, say, a satellite or there's another player nearby, you can see what they're seeing just by zooming in, which is a pretty cool little feature that I've only ever seen done in like a couple of games. But it's really nifty that you can do that.
Oh yeah, it can be very useful. Especially with some of the technologies for remote building, you can just kind of place down a blueprint there and just have your little robot build it for you without even needing to be anywhere nearby.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can just watch Kate walking around with his personal defense lasers just wrecking that biter base.
This is some of the really cool stuff that are technologies that you get later on in Factorio. Sometimes you get lucky enough and get these early, but those are the personal laser defense systems that he's got going on. It looks like he has 5 or 6 of them on his suit. Just really fun to watch. Even more fun to do yourself. Just walk into a biter nest and watch them all melt. It's some good stuff. Now you do have to be careful with that because later on,
You have to be close.
I'm sorry.
You have to be close to that. That can be dangerous.
You do have to be close, and I was just about to say, later on, as you start getting later into this game at the 2-hour, maybe even the 3-hour mark, those bugs are starting to get up to level like 4 or 5, maybe 6 if you've had to kill a whole bunch of them, And those laser defenses are going to melt any bug that's like 4 or lower. But you start getting up into some of those, mid-range, higher numbers. Those bugs are more than your lasers can handle. And so you're going to need to start bringing a little bit of extra firepower to get through. And it's very easy to get lost in the amount of power that you have because you get so used to walking into an empty base and everything melting beside you that you just walk right to your death. That has never happened
all
to me,
your
I
fancy
swear.
stuff is now belongs to the biters.
Yeah. And they're probably sending an attack wave towards your base. Looks like we have a digging game going on here.
Oh, I was gonna say a
That was
map.
an interruption.
That was a map, and now it's
Oh, it's a bee trap.
it's a bee trap.
Looks like they're still digging here to farm some rupees. Understandable.
Oh,
I recall.
300.
Go ahead.
Only 300 and on shop shuffle, and I think there's a few shops they still haven't checked. So yeah.
I think that might be in the back of their head that a Zora check might come into play in the future. So it's never a bad thing to collect a few extra rubies.
Hopefully not. But then on Jolteon side, though, we see the same location that Kippi skipped, but because Jolteon is in overworld glitches mode, you can do what you can see Jolteon doing and just kind of wiggle your way onto this wall and then pop, you're up there. Oh, looks like they failed the first downward teleport try. Maybe? I don't know. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah, it's hard to say really. I might have tried it again and gotten it. We're just suffering through with the rest of you with that lag. Twitch is what Twitch is sometimes,
Oh yeah. But on Berserker side, though, you can actually see what now that pollution cloud, dark red pollution right next to the base, slowly spreading out. When that red pollution, gets towards those biters, that's what makes them real angry.
Yeah, that's that catalyst like I was talking about before to cause those bugs to try to come and destroy you. I mean, in fairness, you're ruining their home. What they don't know is that you're also here to ruin their day.
That you are.
Looks like Factorio just researched fluid handling. And that's extremely useful because that's going to allow them to give access to the pipes and certain technologies, or I should say certain factories that will allow them to enable green science. So more science, more technology. Looks like Berserker's out here tapping another coal field. Coal is one of the interesting resources in this game because you need it to power so many things. All of their smelting facilities currently consume coal, as does a grenade when you build it. And you might recall, grenades are one of the necessary items in producing military science, black science. And so you can run out of coal very quickly. And interestingly, it's not typically that your coal runs out. The nodes here are very rich. There's a lot of coal inside of them, but one of the things you bump into as a problem is you can't get coal out of the ground fast enough. And so sometimes in order to get enough coal, you just have to go tap another coal field because your miners can only move so quick. So I have a feeling that that's what's going on here.
Oh yeah. Same problem can usually be said for iron as well. Like there might be an absolute ton of it in the ground, but your miners only go so fast, so they can only pull out so much, and you just have to go find more elsewhere. If you want to up your production of certain sciences.
And especially near the end game, even in these multi-world styled games, it's very easy to need more science quicker. And it looks like Berserker's building artillery. That should be interesting.
That looks like a very big gun.
He's firing it at a biter base. Oh, no artillery in range. He's too far away. He's gonna have to move closer. I look forward to seeing that whenever it happens. What was I saying? Oh yeah, as you start getting into the late game, getting those resources out of the ground faster can really turn into kind of a problem. Um, and especially since they have chemical science as their endgame science pack, they're going to have to go put up oil derricks and pull petroleum out of the ground and refine that into light and heavy oil and convert those resources to create sulfur and eventually produce the proper science packs, blue science. Um, and that requires a lot of resource. The more things that you need to build, the more stuff that you need to produce. Which sounds like it's a very simple, obviously, right? You need more. You need to build more. You need more resources, but it really sneaks up on you.
If you think you have enough of something in Factorio, you don't.
It's absolutely true. You definitely don't. And we did see Berserker do something interesting here. He actually took that coal that he was belting in, and he moved it to a location that is kind of in the middle of the supply line of coal. So what he's done here is he's kind of split his coal distribution in half. Now his original node is no longer supplying the full factory, but only we'll say the left side of it, right? And this new coal node that he's tapped is supplying the right-hand side of it. A lot of new players to Factorio, when they run into a situation where they don't have enough of a particular resource, but they do have a few lines of something moving in, what they'll try to do is put more resources on a single belt. And often that's not sufficient for what you're trying to accomplish because a belt only has so much throughput. You can only fit so much on a belt and it only moves so fast. And so, if you have a couple of machines that take everything off of the belt all the time, anything behind it, doesn't quite get there. So doing this setup where you split your inputs into your factory into different locations is very necessary for keeping your factory online. You might be able to get away with a single belt for red and green science, and maybe for black science if you're lucky, but getting into chemical, it would be absolutely impossible.
Yep, your supply chain is only as fast as the slowest portion of it. Doesn't matter how fast you're making something. If one of your things you're making is slow, then the rest of it has to be slow to just the way it is.
I almost missed this, but Jolteon just picked up a lamp in Skullwoods.
Not the preferred fire method here, and not the one that logically lets you get Oh, he also has a fire rod. Never mind.
Yeah, the fire rod, yeah.
I missed when that happened.
When I do that room in the backside of Skullwoods where you need to light those torches, I know it's faster to just use the fire rod to light everything, but I always like to conserve magic. I walk up to each of them, hit them with the lamp, and then I only fire rod the torch at the north.
I can totally, unless I have half magic, I do the same thing. Because the boss here is usually a lot easier with higher magic, and using all of it right beforehand, not a smart idea. So it totally makes sense.
Can we talk about my nightmare happening right now? The itty bitty bitty kitty occurring inside of the Skullwoods boss room.
Vinny's already a not super fun fight with all those eyeballs going everywhere, but with the absolute smallest arena that is
moving at the floor, and where the walls do a guaranteed full heart of damage no matter what your armor is. That is rough. Considering too that
tape to make it easier.
Yeah, considering too that Jolteon does not really have convenience items to make this better. I mean, you could use Blue Cane, but it wouldn't help very much. And he's only got a regular bow, and it's hard to hit anyway with you being moved around all the time. This is just a tough fight in a tough arena. Vitreous is one of only a couple of enemies who does not get any weaker in that room. He still gets all his eyeballs, he still shoots lightning, and the eyeballs still jump around at you. It's just a horrible situation.
Oh yeah. Luckily, that room, the floor of that room messes with most of their bosses' AI, at least somewhat, but Vidi doesn't care.
Vidi does not care. Vitreous is, in my opinion, the hardest boss in Link to the Past. There's just enough to know about that boss and enough pattern to him that it's...
I'm gonna have to disagree. He is definitely probably the second. I'm gonna say casually the hardest boss has to be Blind.
I think casually you're absolutely right. But as somebody who's I would call myself very practiced at Link to the Past. I'm not going to say I'm one of the best runners, but I think as compared to the general population of humans, we are among the like top 0.1% of Link to the Past players. You know what I mean?
Oh, most definitely. There's,
Um,
yeah.
as
Oh, yeah.
somebody who has fought blind on the order of like a couple thousand times, I'm pretty good at fighting blind.
Yeah.
Vitreous
No.
still wipes the floor with me sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, no. Blind is casually one of the is probably the hardest boss in the game. But when you know how to beat blind, the easiest.
Yeah, I think Elmo said
good old
the best.
script.
Blind is both the easiest and hardest boss in Link to the Past.
Yes, very true.
So you can see these little yellow flashing bits going on the Factorio side on some boxes. And the reason that's happening is that yellow notification is informing the player that those are logistic boxes. You heard me talking about the logistic robots before that can take items from chests and bring them to locations. So those boxes are designed so that logistic robots know to go to those boxes specifically, distribute those resources or drop them off or whatever have you. But those boxes are flashing yellow because they are not connected to a logistics network because the Factorio players do not yet have any roboports. If they had roboports, they would be able to, put that down and connect those boxes to a network by creating one. But they don't have that yet. And I think you were just about to say we got nuclear power going up.
Yeah.
I am highly concerned that they're building their nuclear power right next to a line of landmines. Okay, good, they moved it. I was pretty concerned.
I think Berserker realized that as he was playing, like, oh, let's not.
Yeah, it looks like he's putting up a line of laser turrets too, just to make double sure no bugs get into this.
Like, let's not take any chances with nuclear power. It is.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes. Still too close to the landmines, in my opinion. I mean, you do not want those nuke plants blowing up. I'm actually very curious to see what kind of build they put together here for nuclear power because I have been scolded for my nuclear power building abilities. Apparently, I don't do them.
Don't shoot the messenger, okay? Don't shoot the messenger.
Look, all I'm saying is when you're producing megawatts of energy, who cares about a couple of kilowatts? All right?
I agree with you.
I mean, with what they've just built, they're not going to need to worry about power again for the rest of the game, unless they run out of nuclear fuel, which in the randomizer is actually a little bit of a risk. Because in the randomizer, you can't be guaranteed that you will ever get the technology to, or I should say that you would never be able to actually build the nuclear fuel to fuel your power. And so what might happen is if you just run out of nuclear fuel, you're just out of fuel. And so then you've built your factory to depend on this massive amount of energy that is no longer available. And it looks like he set his launches to break it apart for some reason.
He didn't give enough space for power poles to be in there, so he has to.
Ah, I see, okay.
Yep. You need to leave a space so that those power poles can actually,
We'll see those construction robots just go and start putting everything back together.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. So right now, Berserker is running heat pipe along the outside of these converters, and the purpose of these converters is to convert heat into steam, and then those will provide steam to the steam engines, and the steam engines are what actually produce the power, and that's how nuclear fuel works in this game. It looks like we did just get a hint coming through for Jolteon swords. It looks like he's got 2 of them already. There was one in the cave shop at Lake Hylia, slot 3 in his own world. There was one on the floating island in Kippi's world. And it looks like the other 2, one of them is in Factorio world, so we'll need to research that. And in fact, both of his other swords are in Factorio, and they will need to be researched.
Why did they have to hint for that?
Yeah, you know, that's a good question. You could just
should have
ask
asked Factorio
Factorio
if you have them first, and then hint if they... Right?
Yeah.
Also, live bug report. The web tracker shows location numbers, not actual numbers.
So it does. Sorry about that.
I was wondering how you were getting that information, then I realized you have a server in front of you.
Yeah, I am the one who is hosting the Factorio game. There's a real interesting technical infrastructure behind it. The Link to the Past game is running on our website, and the Factorio server is running on my computer, and those two are communicating with each other, and then everybody's connecting to everything to play the game. Fascinating technical setup, but it is alpha in build, so there are a couple little bugs that we're still working to iron out. We put the web tracker together for this in a little bit of a hurry, and sorry about that little oversight. But both of those locations are in Factorio, so those progressive sources. That's what's going on there.
Hopefully future games won't be so complicated. I can guarantee you they won't be. The next one won't, actually.
Well, don't jinx it.
I mean, I've already done it, so...
Fair. But that's a conversation for another time. Meanwhile, Factorio has just found their own Stronger Explosives 3, so when they blow things up, they really blow things up. Which makes me more concerned
more boom
about
for your buck.
Line landmines nearby nuclear power.
he moved them again, look!
They're
much further away.
They also got military 4, which is very helpful. You're gonna get some very dangerous weaponry.
Do they have military 2?
You know, I still am not entirely sure. At this
I haven't
point,
actually looked at his screen to see if he's on the military screen to see if he actually has military 2 yet.
Oh yeah, to check the inventory. Yeah, very true.
I've tried, but every time I look over the inventory, he's not in that one. And if he is, I've missed it.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things, you know, if you're in an inventory, you know what you're in there for, you just go in, grab it, and get out. Same thing with Link to the Past, you know? Well, the Link to the Past does tend to have a little bit more of an animation, like where it just kind of pops in.
No, you're not going to. Just forth the tab in your inventory so I can see your military screen.
I think they have it, and the reason I think that is they are producing. Are they producing Black Science?
No, they do have it because look at the bullets in his lower left-hand corner. Those are most definitely a red bullet, which is armor piercing round.
You're right, armor piercing round. Yeah, they definitely have military too. Yeah, they're in a good place. It looks like they're setting up for production here again. Gears are the first product in a long line of products for a great many things. I remember the first time I ever played Factorio, I decided it would be a good idea to put gears on a belt and just belt the gears everywhere. And it did not work, but it could have been better.
You need so many gears, it's better to build those on site, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely, every time, yeah. They're so quick to build and they require very little metal to get done. It's better every time to just build them on site. Oh, Kippi just there sending Logistics 3 to Factorio. That's very handy because that's going to get them express belts and express splitters. There are several different speeds of belts in Factorio. There's your regular belt, then you have fast, and then you have express. Logistics 3 grants access to express, which is the fastest speed of belt. Alongside each of those belts are splitters and underground belts, and those also operate at the same speed as their related belts do. And so, as part of the free samples mechanism, they will be sent a stack of express belts, express splitters, and express underground belts.
50 belts, 50 splitters, and 50 underground.
Well, belts back to 100, I believe.
I thought we only got...
should be 100. Splitters and underground would be 50, but regular belt would be 100. In fact, I'm almost positive.
I know the regular one does, but I thought Express Belt sounds like 50. We were playing the other day. I remember.
I have to double check this at some point because I was pretty sure all of the belts kind of stacked at the same time. Like the grade of it didn't necessarily impact the stack size. We got a nice clean kill here on Landmo.
Oh yeah.
Blue pendant for the trouble.
And we're seeing what looks like Thieves Town, Pod, and Ice Palace are crystals for Jolteon. With Desert Palace down being our 5/6 ones.
Okay. Just seeing some items being sent around here. I'm seeing some boss heart containers. I'm seeing inserter capacity bonus that's going over towards Factorio. Seeing some more effectivity modules. It's worth to note that those inserter capacity bonuses are quite helpful. Those little grabby hands that move things from belt to belt or into assembling machines or whatever, they start off only being able to grab one thing at a time, but as you get more of those capacity bonuses, they can start to grab 2, 3, 5 items at a time, which just speeds up your whole factory. But it puts a greater demand on your base resource. What am I trying to say? It puts a greater demand on your base resources.
Your supply chain. If your supply chain can't supply it fast enough, stack size doesn't really help.
Exactly, yeah. It demands that you then be producing more iron, that you be mining more copper, that you're creating more gears, that kind of thing. Okay, looks like we have Jolteon here walking up towards the pyramid. Might be a gold check. No, maybe not. It's hard for me to tell.
So
all bosses.
We're just getting word. Apparently, Kippi misread his own YAML and didn't realize that he had glitches enabled.
Ooh.
So he missed a few early checks. So apparently, he has a world glitches enabled in the world. And the Factorio world, the only thing they're waiting for, they have everything they need except for oil processing.
That makes a lot of sense. I've been wondering when they were going to go out and put down the oil derricks, but they don't have them yet. So as a Factorio player, while you're waiting for those technologies to come in, this is what I would call to be the closest thing Factorio would come to BK, where they need to be producing a particular science, but they can't produce that science pack because they don't have the technology that's required for it. And so in the meantime, when in Link to the Past, you would just be kind of, out of things to do. In Factorio, you're never really out of things to do. There's always a way that you can go back to your factory and improve your supply chain or unjankify all of your lines, slurp up as much spaghetti as you can, just make the factory cleaner, run a little bit better. There's never really nothing to do in Factorio, which is quite nice.
Oh yeah. And unless it's super early, you're always researching. There's always things to research. Like, very rarely do you actually run out of stuff to research. Maybe that's a little bit less of a problem now that they have 4 different science packs they need. But I know when there's only 3 in the game that those are each real big, as you're just always researching something. Even when you're in BK mode, waiting for the next pack of science to be able to be made. You can see Berserker here. There's a little bit left of this iron deposit there that is untapped, so he is tapping every single tiny little piece he can just to eke out as much performance out of the poor little factory as he can.
Yeah, this is just one of those things that you wouldn't do at the beginning of the game, but it's just helpful to do later on. There are these little kind of spots of iron that aren't really worth it to early game to waste resources and put down extractors on, but late game, when you've got a lot of resources and nothing to be doing with them, you might as well put those things down because they will have a payoff. It's just a bit of a point of diminishing returns. It's worth it to do though, because like I said earlier, you just have to get more iron, more copper, more gears, more whatever on each belt. And that's the kind of thing that's going to keep you in the game.
Now, while we wait for things to happen here, let's talk a little bit about the showcase itself. This is the second showcase that's happening, and I know there was a very large gap between the first and the second showcase, but we actually already have the third showcase date planned. That will be taking place April 28th. And if you like what you see here, we are looking for volunteers, so speak up in the Archipelago Discord. And, try and see if you can help somewhere. We appreciate the help, and we're always looking for more people to help. So.
And if you'd be interested in just even hearing about further showcases, go to the role request channel and click on our showcase role. And in the future, when we have showcases, you'll be notified about them. We try to not at everybody at least as little as possible. And as long as we have a role to take care of notifying somebody about something, we're going to use it, not try to be annoying to everyone. So check out role requests. There might be something in there you didn't know you wanted. So yeah, if you'd like to participate in the upcoming showcase, please pop on over, give us a shout, let us know what game you'd like to play, what your experience is with that game, and don't be afraid to submit if you don't have a lot of experience. We have showcases or we plan to have showcases for people of all skill levels, so especially if you're interested in Factorio, there's really no minimum amount of skill that you would need to have at all. As long as you have a basic understanding of how Factorio works, you're in pretty good shape. These games take a little while to run anyway, and you're likely going to be in a multiplayer situation with somebody who knows what they're doing. So,
oh yeah, when I first started playing here, I had next to no knowledge about Factorio, and my first actual time playing Factorio was in a multi-world with Berserker and some people, and they were just like walking me through how to play it, which was really fun. But Kippi takes an unfortunate death on Viddy. Viddy sucks.
Once again,
we agree with that.
The itty bitty committee claims another victim. That's my favorite joke about Vitreous. I'm never letting it die.
Okay, sorry. So what is it? The itty bitty Viddy committee?
Itty bitty Viddy committee. Yes.
The itty bitty Viddy committee. I love it. I'm gonna have to start using that now. But yeah, Archipelago is not going to be just a Link to the Past and Factorio. There are many games that we hope to add in the future, and are open to adding more in the future as well. If you know of a game and you like a game and you want to try and add it, you are more than welcome to look at Archipelago's system and try and add it yourself. It is actively encouraged.
Absolutely. And if you're new to coding and you'd like to get into it, you have a game that you're passionate about, you want to get involved, but you don't know where to start, talk to us. We are absolutely happy. In fact, I am thrilled to meet anybody who wants to learn something, especially to do it as a passion project. I know that I started learning Python because I was interested in contributing to this project, and I've since learned that I really don't like Python, but that doesn't particularly matter because I can still contribute in many other ways. But that's still valuable information. I still now have learned how to use Python, which is really cool. And I wouldn't have been able to learn that had Berserker not been willing to take a large quantity of his time and help me to learn what was going on in the code and what certain things do and just what means what. We're all happy to help you learn things, especially if you want to get interested in adding a new game or learning the networking structure behind it or anything technical related at all to getting yourself moving on this project. We are more than happy to if not help ourselves, then at least point you at the resources that you need to learn the things. Never be afraid to ask. Never be afraid to ask. We're happy to help.
Oh yeah, no, my personal experience is kind of the same. I learned my first programming language because I wanted to learn how to mod a game. In my situation, it was Minecraft, but yeah, that's kind of what got me into learning programming. That's how I learned Java. I learned how to mod Minecraft. So,
Yeah, you know, passion
great way to
projects
get
are
into
really
it.
the best way to learn anything, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
Especially, it's not just because you have to be passionate about programming, but you can be passionate about programming because you're passionate about the game that you're playing. Like, if you really love Minecraft, then it's not such a chore to learn a programming language, because you can see, as you learn, that you can now do cooler things to Minecraft, right? And that's just an encouragement that you're doing well and that you can improve your skill and, you know, do all that stuff. We see here Berserker is just building another mile-long belt to just get more copper, looks like it was copper, back into base. Sending out some robots to chop down the trees. Deforestation, again, never been so convenient. But I guess they're still waiting on that particular technology. I'm really not quite sure where it is.
Oil processing. Yeah, we don't know where it is. I don't think it's been hinted for. But it's most likely not in their world, otherwise they'd be searching for it. Or researching it.
Yeah, absolutely true. Let's see here. Oh, that's cruel and unusual. So I just went out of my way a little bit and used a bit of a console command here to identify the location of oil processing, and I found it.
Uh-oh.
Want to know where it is?
Are you gonna share, or are you gonna leave us in suspense? Or in suspense?
You want to know where it is, chat?
Hold on. Can I take a guess first?
Do it.
It's gonna be in A Link to the Past somewhere. I can almost guarantee that. Knowing where they've gone. Oh. Is it on the pedestal?
No.
Oh.
It's not that cruel, but it is cruel.
Is it on one of Jolteon's tablets?
It is not.
Oh, that would have been good too. I'm out of cool places.
Spike Cave in Jolteon's world.
Spike Cave.
Spike Cave.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's something that Jolteon has had access to for a long. I've seen Jolteon glitch into Ganon's tower a few times, and it's right there.
Yeah, it's just
right
one of those
there.
places that why would you ever check it? There's just so little chance of finding something, but there it is.
Yeah, let's see. He has gloves. They have hammer. They have everything they need to go check that. Ooh.
It's just out of the way. Very out of the way. On the upshot, when I did that hint, it did print out in the client, and should have printed out in Factorio's game and in the clients for Link to Past players. So Jolteon, if he was paying attention to the client, or if anybody was, probably let him know, hey, you should go over there and grab that. Or maybe they all missed it and we're in for a wild ride.
Yeah.
There's a good chance this factory starts looking clean. That's a good joke. It'll never look clean. There's too much change. I'm curious as to what's being built right here. This is a really big.
That is a huge copper node. Like, I don't think I've seen a copper node that big before. That thing is massive.
Yeah, that's huge. So I'm talking about this like belt contraption that's going on at the south. That is a really big distributor. So what it does is it takes, or, I'm sorry, a balancer, I should say. It takes any number of inputs. So it has a certain number of inputs, right? It's got what 2, 4, 6, 8 inputs. No matter how many of those inputs you fill, that will guarantee that an equal amount of resources are distributed to the belts on the other end. So what's going on here is if you were to put, say, 3 belts as inputs and 5 belts as output, those 5 belts on the output would be guaranteed to have the same quantity of copper. So balancers are just extremely handy, and there are all kinds of setups for building different sizes of them, but I mean, they are necessary. Ooh, that's real close to a biter
yeah,
bait.
right. Funny that they
In
built
fact,
that
those biters
before
are
he grew
attacking
them.
right now. You see that map? They are running towards it.
Yeah, it's funny that they built that before looking to see if there was a biter base nearby.
I don't know that they knew. I don't think they knew. I think what
They
happened is they walked up and the map got revealed, and then oh yeah, look at that! The biters just ate right through the forest to get down there.
Yeah, Kate's got it.
I'm sure it's fine. But what we don't want to happen here is for Berserker to accidentally flamethrower this forest, because not only does that create a ton of pollution, but it also removes the trees. And
Trees are good.
this is bad
Trees
for,
are very
one
good.
very big reason. Trees absorb pollution. If you have a lot of big forests on the map, pollution doesn't spread very far. But if you start burning down forests, cutting down trees, ordering those worker drones to start doing a little bit of extra work, you can really kind of screw yourself just by expanding that pollution cloud and having more biters come at your base.
Jolteon is here, near Spike Cave-ish.
Pretty close, I'd say.
Pretty close.
There's not a bad spot to check.
Just kind of walked right past it. Though on the way here, but hopefully we'll finish Hera, then we'll jump down and check Spike Cave. That's the goal. That's the idea. Please do it, Jolteon. Please.
Kippi making the right decision and not purchasing that shield.
I've actually seen Kippi use the shield a few times. Very effectively, I might add.
I think I have also seen Kippi have an arrow be shot at him, or I'm sorry, a spear be thrown at him by a moblin, and he used the hook shot. And he used the hook shot to block that spear while he had a shield. And my question is, what good was the shield in that instance? Absolutely none. Not useful at all. Hashtag shields are dumb.
Apparently, Jolteon already went to Spike Cave.
Really?
That's what I'm being told. Does was it in Jolteon's or Kippi's Spike Cave?
It was definitely in Jolteon Spike Cave, and I'm getting word on my local client here that Jolteon did just send oil processing.
Oh, okay. So they must have seen it. I missed when Jolteon went in.
I mean, they just sent it. Yeah, it's probably the lag, because we're seeing a kind of a laggy version of what's going on.
Yeah.
Not just Jolteon, Kippi to a pretty big extent too. Twitch be Twitch sometimes, but it's very possible we just didn't see it happen. Just missed that little excursion. In any case, we'll see. Oh, actually, it looks like those logistic chests are no longer flashing yellow, which tells me that they have set up a logistic network, which means that there are roboports somewhere spread throughout the city. And that's great.
I did see a bunch of robots flying around there.
Yeah, because that means that they're not going to need to build like perfect belts anywhere anymore. Now they can put up logistic requester chests, set those up with inserters onto their machines, and not have to worry about like belting too many resources to too many places anymore.
I am not a fan. This means less spaghetti, and I don't like that.
Now, I was just gonna say, it is significantly less efficient to solely use logistic robots to transport your resources, especially if you need to transport them en masse, because you're sending them in waves. Even if you get every single logistic robot to go and grab everything it can and move it from point A to B, there's still a travel time involved. They go, they drop it off. The machines use those resources and they have to wait for the logistic bots to come back and give them more. Whereas if you can belt it there, you have a constant stream of resources, which is much more reliable in terms of building a factory. It also makes you much more able to see the throughput of your factory. So logistic robots can be very handy for building one-off things, but they're not a great solution for building everything.
While you were going off on that rant, we actually did see Kippi go back and buy that book for Jolteon. Jolteon now has the book and can do those two tablet checks.
Do we know
while they are right here, I might add. So this is a very good chance. I mean, Jolteon, you're going the wrong way. Jolteon, where are you going?
Do we know if there's something useful on those tablets?
We don't, but Jolteon just received the book while fighting Vidya top Tower of Hera and is not going to go immediately check the tablet that is right outside Hera.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those things, you know, you get a book and you're like, oh, cool, I don't need to go to desert. You know what I mean? Your brain just, like, does the wrong thing.
Maybe? Yep. One thing I think of is, I mean, I know we were told they were checking spike here, but are they checking it now? Are they going to do it? Are they going to mirror? Maybe, and then come back? That might be a thing they're doing. They're going into GT?
Potentially.
Because unless you're in go mode and you're right here, you don't skip that check. Not when you just got a book to remind you about it.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, like you just said, as you're standing right there, too, your brain has to just do the real wrong thing and forget about that. We see some more logistic networks being set up here, more roboports.
But it looks like, yeah, he's going into the Turtle Rock. Checking Mimic Cave on the way.
As you do.
Using those fun overworld glitches to just, you know, jump down there, go through the railing.
You know, I really don't know many major glitches, but that is one of them that I know. And I think I know it because it's easy.
Oh yeah, no, clipping through the small railing like that it's pretty. It's as simple as holding out your sword and then tapping right with the boots at the same time, and that's it. It's pretty easy to do.
Oh, I actually do it a different way. I need the mirror. I mirror when I'm over on I click Dark World over on top of Brittle Rock and then walk over mirror down.
Yeah. You can also mirror clip in there. But yeah, no, if you have boots, those small walls, if you just hold the sword out and then you have to tap either right or left, whichever way you're going, and hit the boots button at the same time, and you just tap, and you can just kind of clip into the railing that way. Any railing like that, where it's, you know, just the small railing, you can do that.
Looks like Kippi's taking a hostage. Moving forward here. Do you think they're potentially traumatized from all the merciless itty bitty bitty committee kills?
I just love it. Itty bitty bitty.
The itty bitty bitty committee. You gotta commit. You gotta say it as fast as you possibly can.
But okay, so this is beyond my knowledge of Factorio because I've not yet gotten this far. Is Berserker currently setting up oil processing? Is that what those machines there are?
Yes. So what he's got going on, those are refineries. What those are doing is they are processing the raw crude oil that's being pumped out of the ground from the pump jacks, and they are processing them into let's see, light oil, heavy oil, light oil, and I forget what the third one is called. But in any case, it processes them into 3 different materials, or 3 different liquids, I should say. And what he's doing here is he's building storage containers as buffers and putting each of those 3 liquids into a set of storage containers. And that just allows them to access any particular any particular one of those fluids as is necessary for them to get the next science pack going.
Mirror bunk. Can't mirror there, Kippi.
This weird centipede skull thing going on in Skull.
Yeah, I don't see that as a tree. That's not even really a tree.
It's a
so
skull,
weird.
and there's a skull on the front of it, and there's skulls around it. Like, it's just the wooden centipede. He's trying to mug him.
Yeah, Berserker is going very far. Not entirely sure. Oh, he is deforesting even more. All the
I think what
deforestation.
he's doing is building radars. They don't really have a lot of information about what is in that direction. And they're worried that if there are too many bugs, they could start coming in and ruining the base and that kind of thing. So it's worth it sometimes to just go out a little bit of distance, put down some radars, and just get a better view of what's outside of your base. That's my best guess as to what he's doing right here. I mean, he's also gathering a lot of wood, which I don't know what he's going to do with it. Probably stick it all into a chest somewhere.
Well, he also, destroyed a bunch of it with a few hand grenades.
True, but that is still a lot of wood that's being gathered by those robots.
Oh, there's actually oil right here. He is deforesting this oil. I saw it on the map.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so he's going to be putting down the pump jacks and gathering the crude oil. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. So he set up the processing facility for the oil before he went out and actually got it. That's a smart thing to do, because you don't want to end up with backed up fluids, because they get jammed up in the pipes, and then if you make a mistake laying your pipe later, you have to essentially destroy the fluid that's inside of the pipe before you can reset your system. So it's a good move. There's a fair chunk of oil there. That field could be bigger, but I've seen smaller fields. I can't imagine that they're ungrateful to have a field of moderate size. Yep, putting up those laser defenses.
Don't have to supply them with ammo, just power. Nice, easy defenses.
Yeah, they're very convenient, but on the other hand, those laser defenses are extremely power hungry. So, we see Kippi here coming up to a Turtle Rock boss room. And Jolteon fighting off the itty bitty committee.
Question for Kippi is, what boss is here?
It's
Actual Trinus. And he
Unfortunately,
knows
looks like they're not going to have the necessary fire rod to take that on, so.
No. Ice rod, yes. Fire rod, no.
That's a tough situation. Kippi actually still lacking a bow as well. And both players have bombos, but neither of them have Ether or Quake.
That being said, unless I believe though, with both of them being on overworld glitches, it doesn't matter, except for Meyer. Like Turtle Rock, they can both get into glitches without problem. So they don't. They can pretty much completely ignore the. I know we saw it on Kippi's side, the Quake requirement for Turtle Rock, and Jolteon here in the Meyer area. See if we can actually get a peek at what is required. Looks like they are going in. It is Bombos, yes. So Jolteon actually has all of the medallions they need with just the Bombos.
Well, that's great news. Looks like we just had Jolteon run a missing command to find all the locations in the game that they have not yet checked. So, my guess here is that they're double checking a particular location to just make sure. Ooh, unfortunate pitfall there. Of course, they've been to D2 before, and they're just finishing things off here.
That's right. Kippi died to lend the Armos that was on the Ice Armos.
Yeah.
Because at the time they only had a fighter sword, and that was like, with Kane Samaria, that was all that I could fight with on the boss, which is not a fun boss fight. Not Ice Armos.
No, definitely not. I mean, even regular Armos with a fighter sword isn't a fun boss fight.
No, but a little more doable when you're not on ice.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that one. Looks like we have Kippi, using a red boomerang more towards Jolteon. Found that on Bob's torch.
Yup.
The item sending here is slowing down a little bit. My guess here is that Factorio has run out of things to research that they don't need the next science pack for.
Oil for. But they got that oil, so they'll be getting that next science up hopefully pretty soon here, and they'll be able to start churning out the next research fairly quickly here.
Yo, yeah, I imagine we'll be seeing that research starting in the next 10 minutes at most. Because they were building all the facilities that they needed in order to start that process. But you know, like I said, they were lacking oil. So now they have that. They've already started on the infrastructure. I don't imagine it'll take too much longer to find that.
Noticing Kippi still does not have a bow, so is using the ice rod to fight these Armos stuff. All things considered, they are not that much better equipped for this particular fight than they were when they tried the first time. I mean, ice rod is a lot nicer, and half magic, so they are better equipped. Just not by much, because they are on Master Sword. With we know two of Jolteon's swords, so Jolteon is. Huh?
Kippi's still here on Fighter Sword trying to do this.
Oh, Kippi's on Fighter Sword. I'm looking at the wrong person. Yes. See, on the tracker, the tracker, Kippi's on the bottom and Jolteon's on top, and then on the stream, they're the other way around.
Yeah, but victory was achieved. Now we're finally getting some checks in the back here, and I'm curious. These, of course, get a little bit of love.
Heart.
And some money.
All right. Oh, that is unfortunate. Not really rewarded for their efforts.
Yeah, not really.
But have they?
Looks like there's a couple of checks to do here on the right side. Yeah.
Not too many though. I think it's just the tile checks because they don't have a fire rod to get to Compass Room.
Ooh, and you know what? Oh, you know what? Okay, fine. Wrong player again. They're upside down on the tracker.
Yeah. No, Kippi does not have a fire rod, so I'm not entirely sure what Kippi's planning is. Kippi gonna be hovering the, like I don't know what. I don't know what Kippi's planning here.
Wallmaster.
Can Kippi hover?
I don't know.
I don't think Kippi can hover. I'm not positive on that one, but unless he can hover and hover very quickly, your chances of getting that right-hand side with just the lamp is not very big. Unless there's a cool glitch you could do that I'm not aware of. That's not hovering. Like a major. I don't know. But I don't think any in overworld glitches. It's overworld, not in dungeons. So I don't know what Kippi's planning here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. You have to wonder a little bit if maybe they just haven't realized it. You know what I mean? Like they don't recall that they don't have what they need.
They just use this
interesting play here too.
Oh no, there's a magic repulsor right there. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, I forgot that thought.
Did was he trying to get the health refill?
I don't know what's currently happening.
Why would you go into this room, Kippi?
Yeah, what's going on here?
Is Kippi and BK mode just having fun? Or was that a mistaken like up input when they didn't mean to? Oh, they're gonna bomb jump and then oh! I didn't know you could bomb jump that.
I didn't know you could either. I mean, it stands to reason. I just
Yeah,
never
but
thought
I meant
about it.
it's really hard with the conveyor belt being there.
Yeah.
I've seen people hover it before, but hovering is a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, that is rough on the fingers. When I first saw that trick done, I was like, oh man, I gotta try that. And oh boy, I never even kinda got. You know what? That's not true. I got a little ways over a gap and then fell. And that was after like 40 minutes of trying to get anywhere. Man, the combination of that Wallmaster along with that turret down there is just making that bomb jump pretty darn close to impossible. I wonder why they keep going into that room.
Resetting the enemy location because I think the left side is part of the same super tile, so it doesn't reset. That's the only thing I think of.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious about this. Do we know where that fire rod is? Have we gotten any hints from it?
Nope, there's been no additional hits other than for the two progressive swords.
Yeah. And those we both knew were inside of Factorio's world anyway.
Hey, they got the bomb jump. Okay,
nice.
Nice to know you can do that.
Yeah, I mean, that is...
It once, it's...
Oh, it occurred to both of us at the same time. That's why. Cut down on walking time.
That makes sense. Because
you are
very
a quick timer.
You are a very quick timer when it comes to being able to do this.
Ooh,
and they got it.
Nice. Tight, dude. Very nice. I'm impressed.
Okay, that makes sense as to why you would go into that room. I take it back. Good job, Kippi. Clap. There it is. I was waiting for it. You said you were gonna... And you did.
You prompted me. You asked me for it.
I did.
Oh man. Meanwhile, it looks like they're still working on piping systems over here in Factorio. It looks like the chemical plants are producing. Oh, that pump is missing power. Okay, that must have been what it was. So there we go. Everything's looks like it's pumping out now. One of the things you need to take care of in Factorio when you pipe fluids over a long distance is those fluids will lose pressure. And in order to maintain the pressure in the pipes, you need to install pumps along the way, and those pumps require electricity. So I'm guessing what happened is they installed pumps and built enough pipe, but they miscalculated the distance that they needed to have the pumps at, and so insufficient fluid pressure was making it to the processors, and they just weren't being able to effectively process the material.
So can you boost that pressure by putting more pumps along the lines? Just
yeah, you can, but there's not too much point in it because those processors only start to function once they reach a certain amount of pressure, and they don't improve past that point of pressure. So you just need to have enough pressure.
Okay. Taking out every... Oh, I think they got the... I think they got power armor. Yep. They went from modular armor to power armor. See him upgrading here. Still not power armor 2. Just regular power armor there. Get a few personal laser defense turrets in there, some shields, a robot port, and some power. Personal power. Solar power arrays. Power looks decent. Oh, is he making more? He is making more fuel there. Needs a lot of iron for something.
You need a lot of iron for everything. One thing you learn about Factorio as you play is that if you think you have enough of any particular thing, you absolutely do not have enough of it. And that is true of iron that is true of nothing more than iron. It is a necessary component of essentially everything.
Jolteon over here returning good old Jeremiah to his home.
You know, they say that Jeremiah was a bullfrog and a very good friend of mine. I also hear he has some very fine wine. That's just what I hear.
Are you trying to make a joke? I'm not following. Is he just...
Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. So there's a song called "Joy to the World," and it starts off with Jeremiah was a bullfrog who was a good friend of mine. I never understood a single word he said, but I helped him drink his wine, and he always had a mighty fine wine. And so this is a bullfrog. We call him Jeremiah. Jeremiah the bullfrog, joy to the world. Yada yada. That's
actually why he's called Jeremiah. I didn't know.
Yep, that's why.
Okay.
Yes, if you ever heard somebody say they're going to go on Jeremiah's world tour, he's dragging the frog everywhere. That's what's going on.
I knew that people called him Jeremiah. I just didn't know that that was because of a song.
Mm-hmm. Joy to the world. It's a great song. Looks like we recently had a progressive sword sent over to Kippi, which is going to be appreciated, I'm sure. Finally getting that Master Sword action. Still lacking a bow, so there's a silverless cannon potentially happening there. Or hopefully not. Hopefully we'll find something. I think we did see silvers on on a bumper ledge somewhere.
Well, we saw a bow and arrow. Hard to say. It was in Kippi's world.
Yeah. It's true. Hard to say if it was for Kippi. It could be either Silver's or Jolteon or just Kippi's progressive.
Yeah, it's hard to say with the palette shuffle messing up overworld sprites like that. It's unknown what it actually was. Just that it was some type of bow and arrow. Which actually should have been in Logic when Kippi went there the first time, because we learned that Kippi was actually in Overworld Glitches. Logic.
Oh yeah, that's right. So that's just been available for a while.
Which isn't, again, not a super big thing. Especially if it's Jolteon's arrows, it's not really going to help him at all.
Those real big inventories are starting to look real full over there on the Factorio side. That just is a combination of you get so many different samples, what do you want to do with them, and you put them in a box, you hold on to things, and it might be useful later. It also comes down to time, if you can still keep on working without emptying your inventory, there's not a lot of reason to empty the inventory. Trying to hammer down this that hammer's hitbox is misleadingly small. Yeah.
It's so tiny.
The hammer looks like it'd be big, but it's just a tough call.
Especially when you're facing up. It is like only a few pixels big. It is so terrible.
Looks like we got some speed modules sent over to Factorio from courtesy of Kippi. Which are quite handy. I think I mentioned these before, but they're basically these little boxes you put inside of your assembly machines, and they increase the speed that those machines construct whatever they're supposed to be building. Um, at the cost of using more electricity, but once they're on nuclear power, stop really worrying about putting in a bunch of speed modules. That said, depending on how much longer this game goes, you still want to keep an eye on your available nuclear fuel supply, because if you run out of that stuff, you're out of power, and you've built your base to depend on this massive quantity that might not be available if that runs out. And they do have a lot of solar panels, and they have some accumulators, so they won't be completely out of luck.
Sword.
Say again?
Kippi found a tempered sword.
Ooh.
Hiding
That's
in
gonna
Mrs.
be
Meyer compass chest.
helpful acquisition.
And finding his own blue cane. Which is okay. A decent safety net.
Yeah, I do like the blue cane. It comes in handy here and there. Most specifically, I think it's I use it, I think, mostly for getting through Spike Cave, and I personally play with enemy shuffle turned on all the time. And so there are some circumstances where I would really like to have blue cane, because we can walk in and there's just a large bumper that's preventing you from getting in a door, or there's a spiked roller that doesn't want you to go anywhere, so it's just handy to be able to pull up blue cane, turn it on, and not take damage. I know there's a large bumper that loves to appear in the backside of Snowwoods when you're walking up that ramp.
Oh yeah.
And that loves
Just
to get in your
blocking the
way.
entire walkway.
Loves to spawn right
Terrible.
there.
Blue key is actually one of my favorite weapons to use against Armmost Knights, assuming I don't have a bow.
Yeah, it works pretty well.
It works surprisingly well.
So among the missing items for our players here, we see that Kippi is still lacking any type of bow, and doesn't have that book yet, although we do know where it is. Still missing
fire
a cape. The bumper ledge isn't quite in yet, but most importantly, missing a
Well,
fire
overworld
rod.
glitches. Remind you, overworld glitches. It's in logic.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. See, I don't play with the overworld glitches logic,
Yeah.
so I'm not familiar with the rule set.
Yeah, me. Yeah, no. It's not, there's way too many. Like, you can get into GT with nothing except Dark World access. You can do a lot with overworld glitches.
Yeah, I've heard tell of breaking into GT. I just I don't know how it works. We can see that they're setting up their chemical processing plants to output the right stuff to get chemical science going on.
Kippi doing cutscene chest the long way. I mean, it's already slow, but when you gotta push the blocks out of the way and do it this way, it's even worse. The worst thing is this is the way the game wants you to do it vanilla.
Yeah, I know. And one thing that I've noticed is those Wizrobes, they don't reliably spawn. Sometimes they just don't. It's possible to just walk into that room, push the blocks, get the torches on top, walk down south, push the blocks, hit the torches on the bottom, and the Wizrobes just don't show up.
I think they... it's one of those things, they spawn around you, so if they try to spawn when you're in a specific spot where they can't because there's a wall there, they don't. I think it's something, it's similar to how the skeletons in Eastern Palace will randomly not spawn. You know, the spawns between 2 and 4 of them, depending on how you enter the room and where you walk in the room. And I think it's the same thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I have not seen that I have not spawned that fourth skeleton
It's supposedly
I played
possible.
casual.
Yeah, it's supposedly possible,
Once,
but
once I learned you go to the top of the room, that fourth one, it just doesn't spawn anymore. And I'm fine with that.
right?
Worked great for me. Probably works great for everybody else too.
And that particular, like, learning how to do that room with only spawning 2 skeletons and killing them before they even fully spawn, that is one of the best feelings, because it's so easy to do. Even like if you're just a casual runner, you want to feel like, oh my god, I did a speedrun strat. Learn that room, because it's so fun to just go through, and it's so easy to learn where to stand and where to
it's
spot.
for me at this point, you know. You just know where to go. I actually always grab the heart in the top left underneath that skull pot too.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was a close run right there. Kippi like ran up that wall. Well, a spike was careening toward it and just barely made it past. Let's see what we've got in the video boss room. Armos Knights. See that blue cane making an appearance.
Oh yeah, yep. Here we go. Blue cane strats. This is why I love blue cane. It's surprisingly effective against these guys.
Yeah.
That being said, I think this room is messing with their AI because they're not moving. Ideally, you want to let them start moving, because then they'll all move into you.
Yeah, they'll come to you.
So I think Kippi was just slightly too aggressive in popping the blue cane. He should have let them start moving before he did. Other than that, he did, kind of walk to the right spot.
In any case, Armos is defeated.
And another crystal is acquired. Which, let's see here. 1, 2, 3. Now he's got 4. So there's what, 2, 3 dungeons that he hasn't even touched yet, and I don't know. It's hard to tell, but how many dungeons do we have left? We don't actually have a proper tracker that tracks what crystals are what.
Well, we can infer.
2
Right?
from the...
So it looks like Jolteon has fully completed, let's see, Harrow Castle
Eastern
looks
Palace.
good. Eastern is done, Desert is done. It looks like Hera has one more check, but I assume that is basement checks. He probably won't go after it. Todd is not done. That's got 4 checks left.
Skull Woods, I think he's got 2 in Skull Woods. I know Kippi's...
Yeah, there are 2 left in
Jolteon.
Skull
That's
Woods. Yeah, Jolteon, it looks like, has not yet touched Swamp Palace. Still needs to do ice. Only missing 1 inside of Mire. So there's a bit of work to be done, but we're closing in. You know, most of what we need has been acquired. There are a few items that are still kind of around, little stragglers that you gotta find. But there's a good chance that Factorio has those anyway, and once they get their science rolling again, that will solve itself. I have never seen somebody walk out of Spike Cave.
Yeah, it happens rarely, but I'm assuming that they want to do something on Death Mountain. I
mean, it's good to route that in.
Faster to get to Hera than it is to just die and respawn at Old Man.
Yeah, I guess it would be. Oh, let's hope we don't get. Okay. Oh, we're going back for it. Don't do it.
Hmm?
Well, that bully that's kicking Kirby around. Have you ever run into them and gotten their text?
Oh yeah, it's a long text that makes you spam. Oh, okay, yeah, he's setting up for a clip here. I think he's going. Where does this one take you? Does this one take you to Turtle Rock?
I honestly don't know.
where I think this is where he's going. Either that or he's just trying to get to. Yeah, I think he's going to Turtle Rock. That's where this one takes.
I'm pretty sure Link to the Past isn't supposed to look like this. You know what I mean? That's about all I know. Ooh, Lionel's moving in for the kill.
Or up to GT, okay.
Not enough to open it. 4 crystals to enter.
Doesn't have 4 crystals yet.
Yeah.
Okay, because it would have triggered if he did.
Yeah.
But again, in overworld glitches mode, you can just walk in there.
So many bees.
A lot of bees.
So
Because in overworld glitches mode, you can just kind of walk off the bottom of that map and just kind of wrap yourself around top and just walk in.
One item left in Hera for Kippi. Okay, I'm not gonna check it. Some cheap compasses in there. Made using some cheap magnets, I bet.
So apparently, Factorio wasn't in need of just oil processing. It also needs the actual chemical science pack. They haven't unlocked the ability to create chemical science yet.
Oh, I see.
So they have all the framework set up to do so. They just need the final key, as you will, the mold to make the key. That's what they're missing.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a tricky one too. This is one of those situations where, you know, ahead of time we sort of agreed that, like, you know, we have a hint system in place. You can use hints if you need to, you know. But Factorio isn't able to get hints from inside the client, inside of Factorio itself. They need the actual client to do it, but the client is on my computer. So I just went ahead and found out where their chemical science pack is. And do you want to know?
Okay, I'm gonna repeat my previous ones. Is it on a pad?
No.
Is it on? Well, okay, no. Jolteon did Bombos tablet. Don't know if they've done Ether tablet.
Not on the tablets.
I think they might have done Ether tablet already, so it can't be there.
It's in Jolteon's world.
It is in Jolteon's world.
Yeah, it's at Dark Lake Hylia shop. Lot 2.
Oh.
I go buy it.
That's... Yeah. Is that where Jolteon is heading right now? Jolteon might have seen that and is beelining it directly for that location.
Yeah, potentially.
Huh. That's gonna feel a little bad because that's something that should be done as soon as you get to the Dark World. Did Jolteon forget they were on Shop Shuffle? Did they just not check it? No, Jolteon, yeah, it's right there. There's the shop.
He's doing it. I think.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, there
There's
it is.
that 210 hammer. And there it is. Chemical science pack being sent to novice.
Hey, okay, Berserker, let's go check out that array. Look at this. Look at that science.
Well, I'll tell you what
Yeah,
the first thing is going to do.
it's turning on.
Oh, the disco party has begun! Yeah, the first thing they're probably going to do there is whenever a new science pack is unlocked, they actually get a full stack of that particular type of science. So in this case, they just just got a full stack of chemical science. So they can just go toss it into the boxes, get them into the array, and that disco party is going to be running for a little while.
Oh yeah,
so we can expect to see items flying into Link to the Past real quick. we see that little diamond tech tree again. Certain technologies are blocking other technologies, and so it does force you to research things in a particular order. Logic is obeyed, however, so you can't lock yourself out of a particular technology. It's just, you got to work through it sometimes. We see him checking out certain techs and seeing like, okay, what's blocking this one, what's blocking the next one. You can see, there's a progressive shield. I think that was sword.
Yep. Oh, Kippi's progressive sword. That looks like he's what he's going for right now. Which is interesting because Kippi already has tempered sword, so I don't know why. Like, gold sword doesn't really do that much.
Yeah, the differential in the amount of enemies that go from multiple hits to one hit to kill, it's much better of an upgrade to go from Master Sword to Tempered than it is to go from Tempered to Golden. Because there are a few things that do get better with Golden Sword, like you can kill those little zappy fish or whatever they are that you hit them in electricity, the green blob things.
The cucumbers.
Yeah, sure. I always thought they looked like fish to me. You know what I mean? Like they're walking on land, but they got like the little fin thing to the bottom, and I don't know. They kind of look like fish to me.
Cucumbers. They totally look like cucumbers.
I don't disagree. They look like chews with legs. But
they even have electricity. Choo.
Oh yeah. We're seeing Factorio replace some of their belts with faster belts. Again, this just comes down to later supply chain demands where, all right, we're using a lot more of this. How do we get more resources onto the belts? Well, make faster belts. You know what I mean? If you're smelting iron and your smelters are waiting to put things on the belt, then you could be putting more things on that belt. So make the belt go faster. A traditional endgame item for Factorio was just sent to them, and that was Rocket Silo. Factorio did research it themselves because it was a blocking technology to get to some of the Archipelago items. But the Rocket Silo is one of the things that you would need in order to launch the satellite into space, which is the traditional Factorio endgame goal. We will not see them launch a rocket today. The amount of things that you need to build and prepare in order to launch a rocket is quite high. But it's an interesting note that they've got it. So if you see a large rocket silo get plopped down just to get it out of somebody's inventory, that's what's going on. I've done that a few times. Yeah, see, there we go. He's going to go put it down someplace. It's a real big piece of machinery, too.
Oh, yeah. Look at that thing. It's pretty big.
Have you completed a game of Factorio?
I have not. My entire DOC, Factorio, played 17.5 hours.
No, you definitely haven't launched a rocket.
No.
Man, I can tell you this, though. The first time you launch a rocket, that is a feeling of accomplishment. There is a lot of work that goes into that. Especially
I imagine there is.
First time completion. Because your factory it's not going to be as good as it can be. You play this game longer and longer, and you start getting better ideas about, well, I can build a factory, I can build resource processing better, and I could make my assemblers faster, and I could use better modules, and I could line up my belts better and move resources more efficiently. And so you kind of learn this as you go along, and so some parts of your factory are bad, and some parts of your factory are kind of okay, and some parts are using your newest and best ideas, and it's just a big smorgasbord of trouble by the end of it. But you finally launch that rocket, and you get that validation of oh man, I can't believe I pulled this off. And then yeah, it's just a great feeling. If anybody out there is interested in playing Factorio, or curious more about what you see in this game, there is a free demo of Factorio on its website, which is factorio.com.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's a really fun
recommend
game.
going checking it out.
Yeah, it's. I have heard it described, and I like the description, as very close to visual programming. And I like the description.
Yeah.
I think that's a good simile. you go through a lot of the same mental processes building a good factory as you do writing a good program. Do you tend to agree with that assessment?
Yeah. Some of the same skills are definitely used.
So
Especially when you get into Factorio's like train system.
Factorio is attempting to launch a rocket.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with the necessary research for Archipelago. They are building rocket control units, which are one of the things necessary to build stage 1 of the rocket.
Question:
So,
how many free samples do they get, and how close does it actually get them to? Not enough.
Not enough.
But how close does it get them?
I don't think they can do it with free samples. I think because I recall having to build quite a few things. I have my doubts. I have my doubts about this rocket. I got my doubts.
See.
Maybe they'll surprise me. Maybe they'll surprise me. Hey guys, let's do something fun. Let's Oh, can I do it here? I'm trying to find the. I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna make it happen.
Oh no, what are you doing?
I'm gonna find it. The thing that lets you like bet on something in a Twitch chat.
Oh, the channel points.
Yeah. I don't see the option here.
Because you don't have the Archipelago multi-world does not have channel points enabled.
Oh, that's right.
You have to have a affiliate at least.
Yeah, that's right. Dang. Oh well.
Can't do it. Sorry.
I tell you what, one's in chat if you think they're gonna launch a rocket, if you think they can pull it off before Link to the Past finishes. Zero's in chat if you think they have no chance whatsoever. We're going a binary system. Zeros if you think they can't do it. 1 if you think they can actually pull it off. I'm gonna put my own guess in here. I don't think it's happening. I don't think it's happening. I don't think they're pulling it off. Unless they hear about this and then do it to spite us.
Right? Shh, no one tell them.
Make us sit here for an extra 5 hours while they do this. Ooh, doggy. Looks like we got a nice Palace bomb jump off of Jolteon here. Classic maneuver. One of the first things that Link to the Past runners learn. How do you line it up? I line it up using the shadow.
Yeah, I line up. Okay. Does that work?
No, I don't think so.
So the way I line it up is hug the top wall, walk to the left until there's 2 pixels of the little spiky arrow pointy thing, place my bomb, and then line up my sword so that there's a pixel between the shadow, the bottom of the bomb, and the shadow and my sword.
Interesting. So my lineup is kind of similar. I go to the top wall, and I think there's actually a margin. I think you have like 2 or 3 pixels on the
Yeah, there is, and then you have to have different pixels, but I just...
but there's only one valid vertical pixel, and I've memorized it by looking at the number of pixels of the left pointing triangle for, I believe, the 3rd or maybe it's the 4th triangle down. But you need to have 2 pixels of that triangle visible.
Yeah, my setup changes depending if you have Fighter Sword, because Fighter Sword is 1 pixel smaller, so you have to leave 2 pixels worth of gap.
That makes sense.
But honestly, you don't really, in terms of when you randomize, you don't really do Ice Palace Bomb Jump if you can't avoid it. If you got Samaria, your Icebreaker, it's so much better. But unfortunately, Jolteon does not have Samaria.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you don't have the big key, though, and you go for that icebreaker, you're gonna have to go back and do the bomb jump anyway.
Jolteon does have the big key, so we're good.
We are all set.
Wait. No, you can avoid doing. You don't have to have the big key. Even with the Samaria.
Well, can you? I don't think you can. I think you have to have the big key if you do
No.
icebreaker. or else you have to go back around.
You have to hit the crystal switch and then go down and do the icebreaker. Because with the crystal switch you can drop down and then walk up.
Oh,
and then
right.
go backwards through the room. So you can still get all of it.
Yeah. I might include that in future routing.
Yeah. I just do it like always. I know if you have the big key or you're expecting to full clear, then you can avoid doing the crystal switch. But I prefer just to always hit it. That way I know my route is exactly the same.
Do you think it's faster in Turtle Rock to mirror out of the right-hand room from the lobby, or to just go back down south using the blue cane and then walk out the left door?
Oh god, don't ask. Dude, that's like, you're talking a second or more. I don't know. I just walk out.
Yeah,
I'm not that good that that's gonna matter.
If you mirror it out. Although they didn't go back in, so I couldn't say whether they intend to do the rest of it.
I mean, I think it'll be faster not to mirror, because you still have to pop out the red cane then, and then go back up. It doesn't feel like it would be faster.
I think walking out is better.
Yeah. Especially because as you walk out, you can pick up that full magic that's there.
Purposefully dodging.
I mean, there's also full magic at the start, so I don't know. Again, I'm not good enough that that's gonna matter.
And yeah, so chemical science is now being properly produced. They're cranking through research in Factorio, and they've built everything that they need to build. So Factorio is essentially in go. They're still researching things for Archipelago, but there's nothing else that they need to build. It's just kind of a matter of time until they're finished researching things. And so we're now witnessing Berserker attempt to actually launch a rocket. Which, I will be legitimately surprised. But I'm gonna be honest, he's making enough progress that I'm getting worried about my guess. To be clear, there's still a lot of stuff that needs to be produced. But I'm getting worried about my guess. And there's the cane of Samaria going to Jolteon, being sent out of Novice Worlds. That's that research here that's going to be completed right there. That's going to open a lot, too. Just that conveniently let him take care of this entry to the boss. In fact, there's a good chance that he was just kind of hanging around here, knowing that his Samaria was coming soon, and that he would be able to.
Oh yeah.
Looks like another hint was used here. Kippi's big key of Thieves Town can be found at Hyrule Castle map chest in Kippi's world, which is at the Turtle Rock isolated ledge entrance.
Ooh. I mean, you can't actually get into that entrance, but any Turtle Rock entrance will do.
I feel like I've seen Jolteon fight this particular itty bitty bitty committee before. This time, seems better prepared.
Yeah, I believe Jolteon is on Singularity Boss Shuffle, and they just got bitty. A lot of itty bitty bitty committees.
There's been a lot of Vitreous in this seed, really.
When one of them has a singularity for Vitreous, it makes sense.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, too.
You do see Kippi going back in here. Or no, sorry, not back in here. This is Kippi's going in here. It looks like the Kippi only has one check left in here, though. I wonder if that's the actual boss room. I am unsure. Because looking at their Ice Palace, they are 7 of 8. So unless they are missing one check, okay, so they're gonna hit the crystal switch here. So Kippi's doing the strat where I told you here.
Yeah.
You hit the crystal switch, then you go back. But you already have the big key at this point, so you could have, skipped that part. But good old Ice Palace bomb jump here. Not bomb jump, icebreaker. Missed the first setup. Try that again. Looks like we got it there, and then push.
Too far. Oh, there we go. We got it. Okay,
nope. Yep, they got it. Walk through that wall as if it didn't exist.
But sometimes I get that thing first try, and sometimes it takes me 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it is I'm just not very good at moving for 1 pixel of time. Or I suppose that's, 2/60ths of a second, right? Like,
yeah.
That's a very short amount of time to hold down a controller button. I'm just not
so, looks like we just had Jolteon, what I'm assuming, hint for the location of the one check that he missed in Ice Palace to make sure it wasn't anything, and was told that it was 3 bombs.
Yep, it's nothing. Yeah, this room right here in Ice Palace where Kippi's at, on Enemy Shuffle, Wall Masters love that.
Yeah. I've seen it. I have seen it. It is Ice Palace is one of the worst dungeon. It is the worst dungeon to die at a boss. Like,
yeah, you have a long way to go. Yeah.
Such a long way to go.
That said, it is not my least enjoyed dungeon. I think the dungeon I hate most is Mystery Mire. Because if you have to leave that dungeon for any reason, getting back in is just a pain. It's just a long entrance.
Yeah, I mean, Mystery Mire itself isn't bad. It's just Mire 2 is annoying.
What do you mean by Mire 2?
The second room in Mire. Where you have to kill all the enemies.
Oh, yeah, kill all, yeah.
Mire 2, yeah.
Yeah, that's essentially what I was saying, that I hate that room.
Yeah. Mire 2 sucks.
Enemy Shuffle, sometimes it isn't so bad. You just get a bunch of little, wigglers walking around, but sometimes it's you get those little shadow enemies that you just can't see them all. One of them's a Wizrobe. One of them's a shadow enemy.
So, there was another hint?
One guy.
Could you let us know what that hint was? Because I don't know what item number 131335 is.
Yes, I can. Jolteon hinted to know what is at King Sora, and that is Factorio's Refined Flammables 3. So they will not be going for that.
Okay.
Here on Berserker screen, we can actually see a logistic network of robots in full effect. I wouldn't say it's fully optimal, but there is a logistic network set up, and the robots are doing what they're supposed to do, which is fetching resources from chests and providing them to request the chests to get them going. Yeah, they are working on this rocket situation. They're currently researching rocket fuel.
They really want to launch this rocket. Jolteon, did you just... Yeah, you did. You pulled... Blind pulled Ted. Or Kippi, sorry, not Jolteon. Kippi. For some bombs.
Sometimes it's worth a check.
Kippi's not in... Huh.
Kippi still needs a bow.
Yeah. But we know where a bow is. Why haven't they gone and gotten it? Has Kippi forgotten about the bow on Bumper Ledge?
Oh, maybe. Maybe they found a hint on a tile somewhere that said it was Jolteon Silver's. And Jolteon was like, oh, I'll eat it. Maybe. I'm gonna send him a little nudge about that one. Gentle nudge. Oh, Kippi just actually did a hint for bows himself.
For bow, I don't see it yet. Waiting for it to pop up on the tracker. I really wanted to say...
Yeah, I just got it. So there's a, I see it here. It looks like Kippi's progressive bow is can be researched by novice, so that'll be Factorio.
Uh-huh.
That is just a progressive bow. That's all you're gonna need to, get through pod.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
Silver's for Ganon are nice.
Then do we know if the bow on Bumper Ledge is?
We don't. I mean,
for Jolteon or for Kippi? No.
Yeah, we're not sure.
Okay.
Looks like Factorio just finished researching rocket fuel. Now they're moving on to. Oh, it must have been a blocking technology. Now they're back onto Archipelago techs. So stuff for Legends follow. I'm gonna be honest, this factory has had enough time that I'm not seeing a lot of jank here. This actually looks like it was designed with some reason.
I am disappointed.
It's kind of a boring disco party right here. There's not a lot of these science facilities.
Which one is there? Is it chemical? I can't really tell.
It's chemical science.
Their bottleneck, yeah.
Oh, it's definitely going to be chemical science. They had forever to optimize that factory to take care of the first three. And red science is, like, never a problem. It's like the first thing that you ever build on your belt. It's the first thing that any of your battle goes to. It always has enough resources. Yeah, there's swords being researched right now, in fact, by Factorio. We're gonna be seeing those come through pretty soon. Kippi just sent Factorio tanks, so that's fun.
Tanks. Good old tanks.
Tanks. This chest right here, yeah, there it is. That's tanks. Sorry, I'm looking at the Factorio client. I see it a little bit before it happens on stream, so I get a little bit of a sneak preview here. That last chest you opened, that was the tanks. I'm just wondering why you walked down so far, because that would cause the Scenario block to despawn. You had to hit the switch again. Unfortunate death.
Yeah, those spikes, they have...
Guaranteed 1 heart, no matter what armor you're wearing.
Yup.
Ooh. Actually, it's one of those things that makes the Mothra fight kind of interesting, if Mothra was in fact there, is that if you're wearing kind of lower armor, like green mail or blue mail, it's better to get hit by the spikes than it is to get hit by the boss. The boss will do
Yeah.
But if you're wearing red mail, you want to get hit by the boss instead of the spikes because the boss does less damage.
Yeah, it's the same in normal vanilla Vidi on his vanilla room. The toxic sludge that he's sitting in does 1 heart damage regardless of what armor you're wearing.
If you look at Factorio here, you'll see that Kate Sith is currently riding around in a tank.
Okay, that is a very fast tank. I did not realize they were that fast.
Oh, he's got speed modules in that tank, without doubt. The tanks are not that fast by default. That is a very swift tank.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's just trying to avoid the worms, but it looks like he's defeated all those. I'm just going to drive right through the middle. Yeah, there you go. It's very amusing to watch.
Yes, it is.
I think he's going after this stone source, or is he just... Nah, okay, I think Factorio is done with what Factorio needs to do. And
mowing down the trees.
Hey, it's a tank. I mean, if you're a tree, what are you gonna say to a tank who's rolling up?
Depends what kind of tree I am. There's some trees that would say no to the tank, and the tank would have to listen. I don't care what kind of tank it is. There are some trees that could do that.
Kippi receiving ether from Factorio here. Research is done.
I like how Kippi is just staring down this Igor. Igor? Mimic? Mimic. This red Mimic.
Yeah, just waiting on that bow. You know, he knows Factorio's got it. This is where he needs to be. Might as well be ready for it when it happens, you know? He's in position. He's ready to fire the arrow, move left, and then dash up. It's not on screen now, but we did briefly see Kate Sith out there just driving around in his tank, blowing up some more fighter nests. So it looks like Factorio is just kind of having a good time, letting their research fill out, just kind of letting that timer run down. Like I said, they've built all the infrastructure that they need to, everything that they're ever going to need to research. They are now capable of researching. So it's just a matter of time until that's complete, and they are focusing on the Archipelago technology to make that completed as soon as possible. And once that's all done, Factorio is finished with their goal. This is one of those fun things about Factorio that, you know, near the end of the run, you know, you've built this factory, you're good to go. What do you do with the rest of your time? Well, you can optimize the factory. You can get in a tank and run around and, you know, go blow up fighter bases, or you can like grab a Spidertron and go stomp around and try to do some amusing things. Looks like Kate's discovered another oil field up there. I don't think they're gonna tap it because they have plenty of resource already. This was a very rich resource map generation, so there's nothing particular there that you need to worry about. It looks like Berserker's over here setting up some heavy metal production, so they'll be able to again, this is one of those components that's necessary to launch a rocket. He's trying for the rocket.
Meanwhile, Kippi over here is messing around with his boomerang now, throwing it in directions that he is not running. waiting for that progressive bow, which looks like it's about finished. Which Kippi looks like he's gotten the word and is actually heading to where he needs to now.
Yeah,
Because I'm pretty sure that says progressive bow in the upper right hand corner of.
yeah, it's hard to read, but it looks right. That is the progressive bow. Yes, it is.
And it is very close to being fully green.
And there it is. All right. What are you grabbing the wall? There we go. There it is. Okay. It took a moment to send it from Factorio over there, but he's got it. He got what he needs.
The red Igor is down. And you missed.
I have missed that crystal switch so many times. Looks like Jolteon is farming some rupees down here with the generous guy. As Kippi, now in possession of a very valuable bow, moves toward whatever boss is inside of Pod. I love having tempered sword in this room. All those turtles.
Yep. Just being able to kill all those turtles in one hit is nice. Not having to use the hammer a second time on them, because they always, whenever I end up there, I always end up knocking them back on their feet again. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I just want them to die.
Yeah, it's one of those rooms that's better just looking out of. That room is also one of the ones that's like a real pain in the butt on enemy shuffle. That's one room that gets harder. A lot of things in enemy shuffle are made easier just because, you know, it's funny enough, the designers of this game, you know, set it up so that some of the later dungeons are actually like kind of difficult. But enemy shuffle kind of does away with that, and I would say it kind of equalizes the difficulty throughout the whole game. You're able to see much more dangerous things at the beginning, but you know, it also doesn't really escalate from there.
As long as you just leave it to enemy shuffle and don't change on like damage shuffle or something stupid like that. Then you're like, oh, look at this little bat. Why did he do 4 arch damage?
Yeah, you get your.
I'm on red mail. Come on.
You get your Ganon hug rats and that kind of thing. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. Whenever I walk into Eastern Palace and I have boots, I go to the left side of the bowling ball alley and I just dash up.
And how often does that work
with
for
a
you?
sword and a prayer, and I get through a surprising amount of times. And like, I'm not gonna call it frequent, but more than you'd think. Oh, that was a miss. He's gonna have to get 3 skeletons.
Kippi, you have. There you go. I was gonna say you have sword beams. Just use the sword beams. If you have sword beams, it's actually faster just to use the sword beams in that room than it is to use the pots. Walk up, walk to the right side of the, onto the right position, and then just turn right, slash until you see the dude die, then turn left and slash until you see the guy die, then walk up.
Yeah. You know, I don't think I'm alone in this opinion. I am not a big fan of sword beams.
Sword beams were terrible, except in a few rooms in the tower and in like that room. That's it. Other than that, they're pretty bad.
The problem is they take precedence over your sword. So if you're standing close enough to an enemy to hit it with your sword, but you have sword beams, your sword beam is what counts. So you could have a gold sword, you still need to hit, you know, like a skeleton twice, and it's just very frustrating.
There's a reason why the practice hack, when you tell it to give you full health, it gives you 19 and a half hearts instead of 20. Because no one likes sword beams.
But you know what's funny? That I think the opinion on that over time has changed, because I remember a time like 2.5, maybe 3 years ago, where whenever I would say that to people, they'd be like, "You're dumb, be quiet." Like, have you never experienced this problem? You know? I'm glad I've found some like-minded people here who suffered the same way that I have. That was a fairly clean blind fight. This is one of those situations where, like, even if you get off script on blind, if you fought 1,000 blinds,
There is no script on blind unless you're in that room, because you just can't get to them fast enough to start the script.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You get up with the maiden, and if you can't follow the script, because there's no script, if you fought 1,000 blinds, then it's just another blind fight. Casually blind is terrible. Terrible, horrible, awful. Terrible. Although I gotta say, having killed more than 1,000 blinds, I do occasionally go back and just vanilla play through this game, and it's honestly easier. Imagine that. Practice makes perfect, or at least makes less miserable.
Yeah.
That is. Did you see that on the Factorio side? There are a lot of Archipelago texts that have not been researched yet. I imagine a ton of them are like rupees and heart pieces and stuff. Yeah, look at that. Look at that list.
I mean, yeah, but again, that's
probably useless stuff.
Yeah. What would your final check count be in a spoiler log race? Like, low. Tell you that, it'll be low.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot of undone checks, and that's what you're seeing in Factorio. You essentially have the spoiler log for your game in front of you.
True. What's interesting is we actually ran a test game not long ago where we hid all of the technologies in Factorio. So we didn't know what we were researching when we needed it. And it turned out that we spent a lot of time researching a lot of things that just weren't necessary. And it was actually really frustrating. And it shed some light on something that I think is worthwhile of noting, that at least in my opinion, I think Factorio is better played when you know what you're going to be researching. I think that dynamic with Link to the Past and with other potential games in the multi-world is really useful and provides like a unique twist on how you might route something, or how you might stand somewhere waiting for something because you know you're about to gain it, right? Whereas, in Factorio, if you don't know what you're going to get, you're kind of running a really inefficient factory, right? Like, a lot of your utility is lost. A lot of the fun that comes with Factorio is being able to tell Link to the Past players at the beginning, okay, we have 3 moon pearls, we have 5 progressive swords, we have 2 hook shots, we have 3 boomerangs, 4 flutes, and then letting people know approximately how long it'll be until they're gonna get those. So saying like, oh, okay, well, one of these flutes is locked behind green science, so you're probably gonna get that one in about an hour, and probably less than an hour, and but it looks like this flute is locked behind military science, so you're gonna have to wait maybe an hour and a half for that one. Like, there's some value in that, because it informs people on how they want to route things. I just think it's cool. To get back to the original point, I think Factorio is better played when you can see the items, because that is how the vanilla game of Factorio is played.
Agreed. Yeah.
Just like it would be less fun for Link to the Past if you could see, if all the chests were see-through, like if you could tell what was in them before you opened them. You just
everything was a freestanding item.
Walk in and then walk right out of a room,
Yo.
Kippi's back to do a little bit more work inside of. We found Agate Tower here, which was on the left entrance to Mimic Cave, or not Mimic Cave, but the left side of the ledge. Yeah.
Yep.
That was laser shooting speed 3 found in that chest.
More damage.
Although at this point, I don't think I need to be worrying about biters anymore. I have enough laser turrets and base defenses that everything is more or less secure for.
That was a green 20, so I think the only thing that could have been was Jolteon's starting boots. Because Kippi just picked up a green 20 in that chest. That was the only starting item.
Just looking at total checks for overworld and underworld here, it looks like Jolteon is closing in. Of the overworld checks, looks like he's done 71 out of 73, and Dark World is 40 out of 47, and Kippi's at 68 out of 76 for Overworld, and 36 out of 47 for Dark World. So, but I feel like that is very much an artifact of not having an effective weapon, not having a bow, not having a fire rod.
Also, there are a few freestanding items, like one of those could be Desert Ledge, so you can mark that off for each of them right there.
Yeah, if you just know it's useless. Absolutely.
Yeah. So Jolteon missing 2 items, not surprising. That being said, why is Kippi's number different? What other overworld checks change with settings?
Could potentially be a number of shop shuffle slots.
Oh, yeah. I'll say most of the randomized settings I know don't affect the overworld, but Chop Shuffle does. That could definitely be a thing.
Just happen to roll 3 different ones. That would be it. It seems like at this point we're mostly in cleanup detail for this game. All the runners have everything that they need to access all the dungeons in their game to beat them. There are very few items missing. None of them seem important. There is a cape missing for Kippi, which is blocking a silver bow behind Bumper Cave.
Overworld glitches. No, it's not.
Right, you forget. So there's nothing that's blocked out.
It looks like the biggest blocking thing I can see is that Jolteon does not have the small key to Swamp Palace. He's in Key Sanity, yes?
Yes, he is. He's also missing the big key to Skull Woods, which is one item and could be the small key that he needs to get into. So.
That being said, I don't know what Swamp Palace is for Jolteon, so it might not even be needed.
Well, I believe Jolteon was on all dungeons as a goal.
Oh, was he? That's not listed on my thing here.
No, I think that's what popped up when he went to the goal side. Somebody in chat correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I recall seeing that earlier. Jolteon having recently sent cliff explosives over to Factorio, they'll now be able to detonate cliffs if those cliffs get in the way.
Because, elevation changes can be completely nullified with a few explosives.
I mean, listen, if you blow up the mountain, is the mountain there anymore?
But you can have something tricking the other side of that cliff that is suddenly magically now level with the thing that was on the bottom of that cliff 5 seconds ago.
You know what? It's a 2-dimensional game, alright? It's about efficiency and effectivity. Effectivity is not a word. Effectiveness. It's about efficiency and effectiveness. It's 1 a.m., man. Shut up. It's not about realism. Effectively. Kippi went ahead and defeated Argus, and in a most maniacal way, sent the red shield to Jolteon. Because who doesn't love some lag?
You know, there are some people that say all shields lag the same.
There are some people who say that. And I personally believe that those people are wrong. Or maybe I'm just stuck in my ways. Who knows? We get to see the power grid distribution here for Factorio.
They are making way too much power. Look at that grid.
That's nuclear power, you know?
For those curious, there's 3 bars at the top when they click on a power grid. The left bar is satisfaction. That tells, if that bar is down, that tells you that there's a machine somewhere that's not getting enough power and it's not satisfied. The middle bar is production. That tells you how much of your total production that you're using. So you want the middle bar to not be full and the first bar to be full.
Yeah, and then your third bar is your accumulator charge. Basically, your power reserve in your base.
That's the one I didn't know. So
accumulator to charge that bar goes right. So you always want to see something in that bar. It doesn't have to be full, but it never wants to be empty.
See, that's the one I didn't talk about because that's what I didn't know about.
Fair enough. That's what it is. That's your accumulator charge.
Now I know.
And there is another progressive sword going to Jolteon.
Now they're both up to Pepper Sword.
That is correct. That is very convenient Ganon fighting power.
That it is.
I'm getting kind of worried. Factorio's getting close to that rocket. Like, they're not there yet, but they're cranking away on it.
Did Kippi mean to fall in there, or were they trying to go to...
I
Yeah.
think they meant to do it.
I think Kippi has been in go mode.
Strategic hit by the trident there to turn off sword beam. Not that they matter on Ganon, but sword beams are dumb anyway, and I can't see any reason somebody would want them. It even sounded like, ooh, that was a couple of nasty hits from the flames there. Looks like we're gonna be real careful on this fight. Can't blame them. It should be enough to get past this. Actually, that's definitely enough to get past this phase.
They have half magic, and what? Kippi's got all 4 bottles, so I imagine one of them's got some blue goo, so they have plenty of stuff. So they just gotta be very careful not to get hit by those flaming balls here with only the 1 heart.
Well,
I didn't see. I saw
have a captive.
Oh, he does. Okay, I saw bees. I didn't see if one of those were a fairy.
No, 3 bees and a captive. That's it. No more forgiveness. You gotta get it right now. There you go. We're in phase 3.
Oh no!
Oh no, bees! Not the
The
bees.
bees! The bees! I mean, hey, you know, take damage from bees, not from a Ganon hug?
A bombos.
Oh, he's,
you know what?
he's bombos to get rid of the bees.
I'll believe it. I'll believe it.
Will you believe it?
I will.
Oh, that one escaped! That one was off screen when he hit the bombo.
He didn't want to die.
You gotta love hitting Ganon multiple times on this phase, even though it does absolutely nothing.
Yeah, you know, when I
The ledge! The ledge! He forgot about him!
What?
Ganon just said, did you find your silvers on a ledge?
It was the ledge.
The bumper
Yeah.
ledge!
Yeah.
He forgot about him.
Yeah. Dang.
So he was sitting there waiting when he could have gotten those.
This is a skillful Ganon fight, though. That was a little bit far away. That was a little far too. Sometimes Ganon just goes a little bit out of the way. I'd be a little bit concerned about my magic here. Like, if I'm in this situation, I don't have any backup magic. I'm using the lamp. Just take a second hit, yeah. Oh, he's got blue magic. Okay.
Yep, he had that blue magic.
I didn't realize
that was
All right,
it.
that's a totally different story.
And he got torch.
Oh,
Okay. Nice. I mean, he got it a while ago, but I just missed that fact that he did do it.
oh, hit him too early. Yeah.
Too early. Ooh! Was it you took a Ganon hug there?
Not too bad. Only two hearts of damage.
And he's got red mail, so, you know.
And the pig is dead. Long live the pig.
No,
And it's
the
our
pig is
first
dead.
completion. GG. I guess technically our first completion was Factorio. That is our first Zelda completion. GG.
Get your GGs in chat for... Kippi.
And there goes the items being sent once the game is completed. And we see a whole bunch of kind of useless items being sent here. Looking at some rupees, arrows, pieces of hearts, Kippi's cape, seeing that. Looking at Kippi's bug catching net, a bottle for Kippi as well. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a bottle for Jolteon, my bad.
Yeah, Kippi has all 4 bottles.
Yeah. A lot of kind of miscellaneous things that just weren't going to be necessary. There's some useful stuff though. Factorio is getting some research speed for physical projectile damage, inserter capacity bonus. That's going to optimize the factory a little bit more. Maybe puts more stress on their mining facilities. Braking force, to slow down those trains, but that's not being used in this current factory, so that's not going to be an issue. That's about it. Don't see anything else there that's really worth noting. Got some GGs. Oh, can't process this. This is a good point. Berserker brings this up in chat. You can't process rocket fuel without automation 2 or 3, so that rocket is still, shall we say, up in the air, or perhaps not up in the air.
Underground, half built.
Yeah,
Or
it's
fully built,
on
just
the ground with an empty
no.
fuel
It's
tank.
it's fully built. It's just no fuel.
Question is, do they have satellites? Because technically, you don't win unless you put a satellite on that rocket and launch it. I actually made that mistake in my very first factory.
Oh really?
I launched the rocket and didn't put a satellite on it, and I didn't win. I was like, what?
Does it
Oh,
tell
no.
you that somewhere? Because I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh yeah, you need to build a satellite and put it on the rocket.
I
There's
thought the
nothing,
goal
like,
was to
really
get off the planet. So why weren't you on the rocket?
Well, it's not that you're supposed to get off the planet. It's that you like launch a rocket, which is supposed to call for help. Like you launch a distress rocket, I guess. Honestly, I don't think people really care much about the lore in Factorio. It's not really the point of the game.
It's about the factory.
It is about the factory. It's the journey, not the destination. Like, so far as I know, all of the lore in Factorio is you crash landed on a planet and you need to build a rocket and launch it and put a satellite on it, and that's it. And the name of the planet is Novice. And that's it. That's all the lore. At least all the lore I know. So I don't recall what Jolteon's goal is, but I thought it was all dungeons. It's my recollection of what it was. And just looking over the list here, it looks like there's one item left in Hera, which we know is useless. There's one item left in Pod, which I think we also know is useless. Hasn't yet been into Swamp, because again, no small crew there. But at this point, we know it has to be in his own world, because Factorio would have sent it if they were able to by this point, and it was not in the item sending from Kippi. So we just have to figure that out. It looks like... Oh, I found it. Looks like Jolteon's small key for Swamp Palace is in GT pre-Moldorm chest.
Oh, that's mean.
Yeah.
That's very mean.
Any dungeon that you have to do after GT is just... It feels like punishment. Punishment for a crime you never committed.
I mean, it looks like what GT was only 4 crystals though, so it's not terrible.
Yeah, true.
To have
It's in
to do
GT
GT early?
anyway, so this kind of works out.
Yeah.
I mean, frankly, there weren't many checks left, you know, so...
No, definitely not.
Looks like Factorio is continuing to increase production for some reason. Oh, you know what? They're building rocket fuel. They got the tech.
Ah.
I'm trying to verify that under productivity and certain capacity using intel damage research speed breaking force. Maybe. Construction robots fly out, build some new stuff. Logistic robots go to grab more things to build the rest of the stuff. Just putting together factories is real easy when you got blueprints and worker drones, you know?
Yup. Now, with a Vidi Singularity, there are no arenas that Vidi can't be on, so it truly is. Every single boss is Vidi.
Real suffering. And considering that it's an all dungeon seed, he will be fighting every possible Vitreous.
Oh, all 13 of them.
Oh, that is just my personal hell, really. Now she's got some more research speed. So those that disco party is gonna be moving ever swifter and with more fancy lights. You know what's funny is we keep calling it a disco party and then giving it like dubstep music.
No, and yeah, right.
We'll try for some real disco music.
I don't know what disco music sounds like.
Oh man. You know what's really interesting? I am not I wouldn't call myself a dancer, right? But I do know how to do a couple of different dances because one of the things I did in college was ballroom dancing. And in that class, well, it wasn't really a class. I did it afterwards, just with some friends. But I learned how to do East and West Coast swing. And then I also learned how to do disco. But disco had nothing to do with ballroom dancing. Disco was just
Yeah.
something that like I watched a bunch of disco videos when I was in college and just learned the moves. And they weren't like disco instructional videos, they were just like music videos from this like 70s and 80s that were just like people doing disco.
Oh boy.
And anyway, to bring it all back,
Great.
that's what's happening inside of those research facilities. It's just a whole bunch of college-age Farraks sitting around on YouTube watching disco videos. This this liquid processing facility, this oil processing, is quite extensive.
They've had a lot of time to work on it.
Yeah, it's true. And what's interesting is you can see it like they ran out of space with it and like bumped into some other part of the factory, and so they like it's not like fully symmetrical or like fully built out. And that's just a little bit of jank that's gonna come with this game. Like sometimes you just run out of space and you don't really have a better way or more time to expand it. So you just do what you got, do what you can with what you got. Factorio creeps ever closer to this rocket launch as we all just wait with bated breath for Jolteon to finish his all dungeon seed. In GT right now, trying to make that climb because the small key to his swamp palace is in the pre-Moldorm chest. Sometimes
Terrible
you
place
just
for it to
get
be.
a seed,
Terrible.
you know? That is rough. How are you with the climb, with the vanilla climb? How do you do?
I hate it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough.
I will make liberal use of the invulnerability items, specifically in the ice floor rooms. The rest of them aren't so bad. I can deal with. Just the two ice floor rooms right there just are terrible, and I hate them.
No worries. Let's see here. Looks like chat has a question about progression balancing. Go ahead
Just gonna
and
wait
ask.
for-
We will
just gonna
answer
wait for them
as
to
best
ask.
we can.
If you have a question, don't ask. If you can ask a question, just ask the question.
They want to know why is it even an option to turn it off? I can give you an answer to that. So I spoke a little bit earlier about how I don't learn many glitches because I enjoy the puzzle that is created by a randomizer, trying to figure out what logic is put together for me to go through and solve this game. If I want to sit around for a longer time and you just kind of have more extended of a game, turning off progression balancing is a great way to do that. Now, when you're in single player, progression balancing doesn't really do a whole lot, but when you're in a multi-world situation, if you and a few friends want to just sit around and chill for a while and have a multi-world and just, you don't have like a 3-hour hard limit on your time, then why not? Turn that thing off and sit back and chill and relax. I'll say it this way: if you've got time for a salty run back, you've got time to turn off progression balancing.
Another argument that I have for being able to turn it off, if on the other hand you are a fan of glitches, it can mean that you go ahead and you do like the overworld glitches and you do all these other stuff, few underworld glitches and stuff. I know like one of our people, Malmo, really likes her like hybrid glitches, and she will turn off progression balancing and just do those because it allows for more fun things to be in her world in weird places, which she can then go and find with glitches and just see where she can go. But then you get burned a little bit by that because then the item that you need is not in your world is really late, it's in someone else's world really late, and you end up with no swords for a few hours.
Again, for some people, that's enjoyable. If they're just chilling, they're just vibing, having a good time. Crimson says that answers the question. Perfect. Happy to help. This rocket is at almost 30%. This is terrifying. If they manage to launch this rocket before Jolteon finishes the seed, I don't know what I'm gonna do. That's ridiculous.
But yeah, doing this climb, about to get into the rooms that I dislike. Here's the first ice room. This one's not too bad. It's this one. I hate this ice room. I am terrible at it.
Yeah.
The rest
Yeah,
of the
that one's
climb's
a pain
pretty
in the
okay.
butt. It's the itty bitty bitty committee.
You didn't say that nearly fast enough. Try again.
It's the itty bitty bitty committee.
Thank you. Much better.
Happy to help. Is there anything else I can say at a very fast pace for you?
No, I think we're good.
Okay, fair enough. If Peter Pepper picked a pickle peppers, how many pickle peppers did Peter Pepper pick?
A lot.
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck would chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. That's how much wood a woodchuck would chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Why do you ask, though?
But why male models? Sorry, what?
I think we were taking a look at the percentage completion of Factorio's.
Yeah,
rocket.
I mean, I know I said I didn't mean it earlier, but they might do it. I don't know. I honestly have no idea how far along they are. What percentage would you say they are done with this rocket?
Well, based upon the percentage bar that is given on the rocket control panel, I'd say they're at approximately 30%.
Oh. And how fast is that going up?
fast, but it's the end
So-
game rocket.
So question.
Answer.
I know they didn't have fuel. Can you not build the rocket and then fuel it? Do you have to give it fuel while you're building it? That seems
No,
very
fuel is-
unsafe.
Fuel is one of the final stages of the rocket. You build the rocket, then you fuel it, and then you launch it.
Because, like, looking there, it looks like they needed fuel along with, like, they needed to supply all three components at the same time?
Well, some of the components that you build, you like build them in a pre-fueled state, but then you do need to supply fuel to the rocket afterwards as well.
Okay, so after you're done with that initial bar that you're seeing there, they have to then fill the rocket with fuel.
The last time I played, yes.
Okay. Because I was going
Or I
to
should
say...
the last time
fuel-
I launched a rocket, yes.
yeah. So it's the bar at the bottom. That's the overall progress bar.
You don't see the bar on the bottom. Where are you looking?
When they open up the thing, when you open up the
Oh, the rocket.
silo,
Yeah,
there's
the bottom bar is the overall rocket launcher. Yeah.
Okay. Meanwhile, though, Jolteon finally getting that small key to the last dungeon they need. But you know, while you're here, you take out this this itty bitty viddy committee.
Itty bitty viddy committee. Well, there's a difference. You see, Vitreous is the big eyeball, that's Viddy. But the itty bitty viddy committee are the tiny Vitreiuses around him. And I'd like to think that before you come in, they're all sitting around having a discussion about what they can do about their clear case of dry eye.
I mean, to me, it looks like the big viddy is the one complaining about the dry eye, and the small guys are just like, nah, we all good. We're just sitting here resting in the thing. This is your fault. You're too big to fit all the way in the liquid.
Yeah, well, you got the itty bitty viddy committee, and then you got the chairman of the board, right? Vitreous. That's some good stuff. Yo, I actually really like this little room right here. If you can get the timing right on it, you can just dash up the middle every time, and it always feels good.
Yeah, it's got ice in it. I cape. That's just how the room's got ice in it. I'm using the cape.
That's just the rule, huh?
That's the rule.
Right,
If it's in Ganon's tower and there's ice, I'm using the cape or the cane.
Yeah, they're providing all the resources necessary for that rocket. They're just limited by how fast the rocket builds each individual stage, like how fast the fueling process is. Chat's trying to call me out over here on my goblin voice. That's I don't believe that's appropriate for this build. What is that? 42%? It's a good percent.
Well, what's all Jolteon got left to do at this point? Finish up this
Well, he's got Swamp at least.
Aga 2 fight. Go finish Swamp. Has Jolteon done Aga 1 yet? Let's see here.
I
Have Aga's tower?
you know
Yes,
what? He
yes,
was-
Aga, yes, he
I-
has.
You
I would
he's
hope
done it?
so,
I saw him go
because-
in and then leave once he got both checks. I don't know that
Well,
he actually.
Oh, did he? Because that's what I was going on. The fact that both checks are done.
I saw it. Maybe it wasn't Jolteon. Maybe it was Kippi. But I saw somebody go in there, get both checks, and then TP out. And they both got both checks in there. So maybe I'm wrong. Like we're gonna go on a little potion buying trip here. What is that? 48% on that rocket?
It looks
45
about to
maybe?
be that. I don't know. Can't too small. Can't see numbers, but it does look to be about halfway full.
That's 50% right there. My bet is looking like it is in danger. Danger, Red Ranger. And I'm gonna be honest, there's just not much left. I mean, it's
No?
all cleaned up, you know.
Has
Factorio's just
Jolteon
killing,
not finished pod either?
right?
I guess not. They have what 13 or 14 checks in there,
Oh, true, might be the boss.
and the last
Did you
check
not have Big
must
Key
be
for
the
one?
boss. I know the pod big key was that in not no that is completely different. Never mind, it was not in Opposite World because I am thinking of the game we played the other day. Seed Bleed, and I'm not even playing. That's great.
What's done here yet? Swamp is looking good now. Looks like there's still 2 chests left to check inside of Skullwoods, but I think they've already taken care of that.
Yeah, they have beaten Skullwoods. I know that for a fact.
Yeah. Looks like Ice has been taken care of. I remember that too. I'd say
Yep.
they've killed Vitreous, but I mean, so many Vitreouses at this point. Like cockroaches, they keep showing up.
I'd say there's
I think
2
it
more
might
of them.
just be Swamp.
Wait, did he not kill? I remember Jolteon fighting Viddy here. Did he die? No.
Oh, possible.
Oh. He's crystal duping.
Ah.
Ah.
Can't say as I blame him.
No, I can't say that I do either.
Anything to prevent that rocket launch.
That makes me make sense because I'm like, wait a second, he was in pod and now he's in.
Yeah, he's crystal duping.
One more crystal to go. But wait, does all dungeons check for boss defeat, or does
Crystals.
it check for crystal?
It
farm?
checks for crystals done, I believe. Yeah,
Okay.
because that's how you do it in No Logic. You just no. It checks for each crystal to be collected, and it checks for Aga 1 to be dead as well as Aga 2.
Fair enough.
Oh, it also checks for each pendant to be acquired.
Right. Alright. So I imagine we're gonna see the go modest swamp that has ever been go moded.
Unless he also dupes the crystal here. I don't know if there's a setup for that one on this.
I don't think there is, but swamp is also quick enough that like you could just run in, do the boss, and then leave. You know, you just grab the key from the north ledge, hop to the center, quick shot up. It's a very go modable dungeon.
This is true.
Oh, that was another.
Oh, we didn't
psychology
even
for
check that
Rocket.
chest there. That's dangerous.
Yeah.
But in Key Sanity, the most trolly space for that key to be is in that chest.
That was nuclear fuel reprocessing. So now they can restore those spent nuclear fuel canisters. Malmo says swamp dupe is easy. But that's Malmo. Every glitch is easy for Malmo.
Right?
Even the ones she doesn't know yet. She like discovers
They're
new ones.
easy.
It's like, you know, I could probably just like do this weird thing over here and make that happen. She can read the Matrix. All she sees is blonde, brunette, redhead. Have you seen the first Matrix movie? You know what I'm talking about?
Multiple times.
Okay, all right, good.
Yes,
Glad I'm
I
not
got the
talking to
reference.
Void. This rocket is so dang close to completion. I am.
Yeah, it's,
oh,
I don't think Jolteon's gonna beat out the rocket.
That's crazy fast, dude. The last time we looked at it, it was at 50. It has gained 42% since then.
Quick, isn't there like a console command you can run to just lower the percentage of the rocket?
I'm
sure there is.
Let me see.
Question is, can you look it up in time and figure it out?
Well, I don't think there's a console command to do that specifically. I think what we could do is kick everyone from the server so that it auto pauses and the rocket doesn't finish. That said, I wouldn't do it. If you put in all that work to actually launch a damn rocket, dude, you deserve to launch a rocket. I think that's 99% right there. Just waiting on some rocket control units.
Question is, does he remember to put the satellite in it? Do they have a satellite to put in it? Do they
I
have
think
that tech?
there is a satellite in it, actually.
Oh, is there already a satellite in
Yeah,
it?
it's on the right-hand side of the purple bar.
Is that what it is? Is that this? That I mean, it's. Oh wait.
And there she rises. The rocket itself.
That is a very jank-looking rocket.
It is a super jank-looking rocket. For as beautiful as your factory can be, that rocket is... it's a problem. Oh, they're writing something now. They're writing...
Don't. Done. Done. Ah, it says done.
Nice.
It says done.
GG Factorio.
Like it started off actually like looking decent, then the end just kind of went done.
GG Factorio. Launch that rocket, gentlemen. You deserve it. Beautiful.
uh,
Oh, man. That's incredible. Now, I grant you there were some free samples distributed that made this a lot easier. But they, like, even then, they still managed to launch a rocket in just under 4 hours. Strike that, just under 5 hours. Wow, we've been going for a while.
yes, we have.
Next time, no chemical science.
Yeah.
Because there were some pretty important items that were locked behind that just took a real long time to get done. It is what it is. I mean, it's really cool that we get this thing to work, right? But this is also, like, what I would consider to be not an average picture of what a multi-world, including Factorio, looks like. Most people aren't going to be running, like, extreme Zelda seeds, and Factorio usually won't be on chemical science, right? Like, this feels like it was
Yeah,
designed...
military science is usually the highest
military
level science
is
you want to go
usually
for.
the end game, which is plenty. Because red and green science, you're up within an hour. Military science is usually your second hour. Just this hypnotizing array of belts. They're like two dancers in the middle, spinning around each other. All right, we're dropping in the back of...
Oh, I thought he... Okay, never mind.
No, he never did beat this one. This was the worst possible place for Vitreous.
Yeah. But the conveyor belt itty bitty bitty committee does go down.
Thank goodness. One less homeowners association to worry about.
And does that mean that all we have left is a pig?
I think that's all that's left. Melmo says launch the pig. Send him into space. Come back from that one, Ganon. I think that's how he ended up in low rule, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, they're just running around with their laser defenses now, blowing up biter bases.
Mm-hmm. With like, how many? Three exoskeleton suits in there? They're real fast.
Oh yeah, they're
HPD
zooming.
boy. Oh, that's a lot of exoskeleton suits. Wow.
Berserker just put back on all the laser defenses. Yeah, they just run through a base and it's gone. But again, that's only like I want to say a tier 3, maybe a tier 4 base. Like those are not like end game fighters. They haven't killed enough of them or like caused enough pollution to really bring out the big boys. Because I haven't seen any mobile spitting fighters.
Also, no Spidertrons this game.
No Spidertrons. Yeah. You know what? I'm curious. Where the heck is that Spidertron?
There's not many places it could have been,
No.
unless it was in their world and they just didn't research it.
They just didn't research it. It's behind
Oh.
Energy Shield Mark II. Yeah, it's just in their own place. What probably happened is there's some type of science pack that they need in order to unlock it, and it would just take them a long, long time to get it done. But I think once they decided to go after the rocket, that was
No,
the end.
because they have all the science packs, so they have them all. They could research it.
Well, they have all the science packs that the YAML required them to have, right? So
Yeah, and
what
it removed all the other ones. Like, when
okay,
you
so
tell
they
it
could
you
have
only want...
researched it and just didn't. I think once they went for the rocket, that was the deciding factor.
Oh,
It
I
looks
think
like
he's
we're
actually
preparing for
launching
launch.
now. Actually launching. Ready? Control for the Alt F for the server. Alt F for the server. No.
It's too beautiful. I can't let it just not come to fruition. I mean, look at that. Oh
Look at
man.
that jank rocket.
Oof.
Go to
Yeah, but look
space.
how straight it's flying. Hey, you know there's a Ganon fight happening over on the left? That is also hype. Man. Looks like we are in phase 3 of this fight. The silver arrows? I think not. Oh, there were no silvers.
Are they
Is that,
in
does that
hard
mean
item pool? But they have because they have tempered. Does hard item pool limited to tempered or limited to master sword? I thought it was master
Very
sword.
hard that takes out temper. Or is there even a
I
hard?
don't know. I didn't think there was.
Oh, expert. Expert is what I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
Sent the rocket to Burger King. Nice one, Mello. Krelbel says whoosh. Rocket is out of there. Meanwhile, we are just watching Jolteon go ahead and clean up Ganon. Knocking him down with the old silverless trick. Maybe he's on hard item pool. Okay, yeah, so there's no golden sword, and there's no silver. And the pig is dead. Long live the pig. And there it is. The final set of items being sent out to everyone. And the time on this was approximately 4 hours and 56 minutes. We didn't have a local timer running on this one.
GG.
It was approximately 4 hours and 56 minutes. That is a long game.
Very long.
You know what? It was good fun.
Yes,
How you
yes, it
feeling?
was. Tired. I have to
Yo.
wake up in 6 hours to go to work.
Man, I feel that too.
Did
Let's
not expect this to take that long.
No, for sure. That was definitely we'll make some adjustments for the next time. I think military science is our limiter here. So some quick shout outs. Excuse me. Some quick shout outs. All our runners for coming out and doing this. We appreciate it. Kippi, Jolteon, Berserker, Kate, Krelbel. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to Tyler for organizing the showcase and
streaming.
all the other every showcase. He is in charge of all of these things, and he's doing a great job, in my opinion, so far. Thank you to you, Kano Tyran, for hanging out and commentating with me. Thank you
was
to
fun.
Twitch chat for all of the I don't know whatever it is you guys do for being there for watching. Nah, I'm kidding. I love you guys. Thank you, Twitch chat, for hanging out, having a good time, vibing, telling great jokes. And that's, I think, going to be it for all of the thank yous. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I'm just looking forward to the showcase that's going to be happening once again. The next one will be happening. It was the April 28th at 1900 EDT Eastern time. So military time, bad at converting. What is that? That's like.
Do you want an AM PM?
Yeah, I don't know.
That is 7 p.m.
7 p.m. There we
in
go.
Eastern Daylight Time. Yep.
Eastern Daylight Time, April 28th. Looking forward to what games could possibly be in that one.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm hoping for a specific game myself, you know.
Yeah. Oh,
But
yeah.
I might be a little
have to see.
biased.
We'll have to see. All right. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. We appreciate you being here. Have an excellent night. I'm sorry. One more shout out. I'd like to say a big thank you to all the sidewalks for keeping me off the streets.
I was told to hop in. Hello.
Oh, hello. What are you? I'm surprised that you're here. Who
Oh,
made this happen?
well.
Oh, there've been people talking in the coordination channel. How about that?
Hmm.
Yeah, I was wondering why you were trying to wrap it up. Are we not doing interviews? I'm very confused.
Oh, we didn't do interviews last time.
Did
I
we
just
not?
kind of assumed that we weren't doing it this time. No, we didn't.
That's kind of what I thought was.
I mean, Krelbel had to leave for dinner.
Makes sense.
But we can certainly talk. I guess Kippi also had to go.
It seems that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you've
So-
got the.
Yeah.
You've got
It
the.
did take a
sign
while. So it's not too surprising
Yeah.
that some people
A
have to go deal with real life.
Yeah, for sure.
little longer than we thought.
I see you're already 75% of the way to building another rocket.
Yes. I mean, it's a factory. It's now automated. It's gonna be able to keep launching rockets.
Just pollute space with whatever this planet has. Launch biters, send them to other planets, make them suffer.
Yeah, the randomizer threw us for a few loops here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there were some real,
I noticed
real humdingers.
you guys were researching Kippi's bow, but he had his bow on desert, or not desert, but bumper ledge. We saw it quite a bit earlier. Did he just forget it was there?
That we didn't know about that. we researched
Oh,
the book
yeah,
because we did it at
no.
some point,
No,
I believe
yeah,
it
we're-
was.
Kippi saw the bow on Bumper Ledge like really early, and then we're just sitting there like, what are we waiting for? Why isn't he going and grabbing his bow?
Well, he was waiting for us to research it, so yeah, about
Um,
that.
so-
Good thing there's
so
two
what-
of them.
Yeah, what was Kippi's logic then? Was it overworld glitches?
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
all the Liquid Pass players were on the world glitches.
Ah, okay. Yeah, because then he totally could
Was
have gotten
Kippi?
it the first time he was there.
I'm actually not
Yeah,
sure
yeah.
about Kippi being on world glitches, but maybe definitely was. Or Jolteon, I should say, because that's what you put on the screen.
Jolteon
Right.
was in overworld glitches, but then we were told that Kippi also was by mistake.
I mean, you have the spoiler log, right? Maybe?
I don't.
Okay, well, I don't
Oh,
either.
it's on. Yeah, it's on the system someplace. I'd have to go look it up.
Right, that would tell us for sure.
Yeah, because Krelbel was like, it was telling us, let's see here. Brief explanation for the delay. Jolteon forgot he enabled glitches in his YAML. Krelbel didn't say what the glitches were. I assumed it was overworld because that's what Jolteon was doing. And he started kind of, at that point, doing some overworldy glitches like things.
That is what happened, yes.
But then he didn't go back to get the bow, so I was a little confused.
Yeah, Bumper Cave Ledge, Progressive Bow Kippi.
Yeah.
Yeah, and two of Jolteon's swords were really, really late in our attack tree, locked behind just about everything else.
Yeah, and there was some of your research that was very hidden as well. I think there was
Yes, we
some inside of the
noticed.
Right cave that was just really very deep.
But
Uh.
I kind of wanted to use the nukes, but
We never researched rocket launches.
I mean, to be fair, by the end, you don't really need them. I mean, when you have
Yeah, just-
lasers,
Yeah.
Yeah, so in the early game, we got construction robots and the necessary equipment to use them really, really
Okay.
fast.
According to spoiler log, Jolteon or Kippi was on no glitches, not on overworld glitches.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
So I don't know.
So everything was actually as designed, just that Jolteon was using an older settings than desired, so things were a bit weird. There. Confusing.
overall, still a good run. Bit long, I think. Next time we'll control the technologies required and the length, maybe, of the animals. But generally, pretty darn good run. I liked it.
Where was my last pod key, by the way?
You had all 5?
They
There
have
are
to be all in
6.
your world because we figured out you were local keys.
Correct.
According to the tracker, you had 5.
There were 6 pod keys.
You are correct. There are 6 bond keys.
All right, let's see. Jolteon had one on catfish.
Oh no, he has 6. Oh well, but forfeit, right?
All right,
I
catfish,
got catfish.
lumberjack tree,
I got that.
cave shop, dark death mountain, slot 1.
That was it.
Okay.
Did
I
you
wound
not
up
realize
looting
you
the
were on
dungeon.
Shop Shuffle, or?
Oh,
'Cause
no,
I
no, no, I
noticed that
bought out I bought out most of my shops. But it was faster than me going back to buy that key to just dupe the dungeon.
Because I also know that like you missed one of Novice's texts in one of the shops that were was it the Dark World, the one that's kind of by Hylia Lake, Dark Hylia Lake? Did you forget about that shop? Did you just not
I
check
was
Was it
or
the oil
did you-
processing
super
one?
rupee starved for forever. And as soon as I had money, I was running the shops.
'Cause
And
I remember
eventually
oil
decided
processing
that
was kind of the one
we
that was
had
holding them back for a while, and that was on your Dark Hylia Lake shop.
Wasn't that actually? No, that wasn't Spy Cave. I think it was Chemical Science that was on the Hylia shop, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Apparently, we now have
Remember.
nuclear rockets. I have a feeling I'm about to die.
I'm
Well-
I'm gonna wait for the second rocket to launch first.
Okay, thank you.
I don't wanna.
Okay. Well, it was very fun having you all. Thank you for going. It is getting more and more late, so we really should be wrapping this up.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
once again, thank you all for coming out, watching the second showcase. Make sure you tune in for the third showcase. This is going to be again on April 28th. So my name is Tyran, and that will be me signing off for the
Yeah.
night.
And I was Farrak, and that's all I have to say.
Well.